public comment period. So we ask that this is a working meeting for the local planning committee. So we ask that you save your, if you have any questions, you can ask them during the public comment period, but otherwise we reserve this time for the LPC. So tonight's agenda, of course, we have our welcome, New York Forward timeline, a little update on public engagement, project evaluation criteria, LPC code of conduct. Then we will do the project sponsor presentations and then project evaluation. I'll have our public comment period, and actually we will do our project evaluation activity we're going to do after the public comment period, and then we'll have next steps. That's just a reminder of our New York Forward timeline. It's amazing to see that arrow just keeps moving over to the right. We're already in October. This is 4 out of 5 LPC meetings. We are coming up quick on our next public workshop, which will be next week. We'll talk about that in a minute. We've already been through our open call for projects, and as you can see, we're making our way through, working on project profiles and just starting that strategic investment plan. And one more LPC meeting to go after tonight. Our public engagement update. So our public engagement update is that we will have next week on October 22nd, next Wednesday, we will have public workshop number 2. The purpose of the workshop is to obtain feedback on New York Forward projects and contribute to the roadmap for continued revitalization. We'll talk more about that next month. Again, the workshop is October 22nd. It's from 6 to 8 p.m. It's at the Nyack Senior Center, and we hope to see all members of the public there. I will ask the LPC members, please get out the word. And I will also ask our project sponsors, because I know many of you are here, and I want to thank you all for coming tonight, to please get out the word. This is a great opportunity for the public to get involved and provide feedback on the projects that you guys are all going to see tonight. I mean, you've already seen them, but this will be the public's first time really seeing them, other than the people who have come to the meetings, the LPC meetings. So this is exciting for them to engage in that. We will also have an online survey from October 22nd to November 2nd. And that will also, for people who can't go to the public workshop, we ask that they can contribute online. Any questions about that? We also have flyers for the workshop in the back. Feel free to take some, hand them around, tell your friends, neighbors. All right, next we'll go into project evaluation criteria. So again, this is the project evaluation process. We have this slide up, I think, at each of these LPC meetings, just to kind of summarize where we've been and where we're headed. So at LPC meeting number 2, you guys determined the project evaluation criteria for refining the project list. At LPC meeting number 3, the consultant team, that's us, we presented the projects that were received through the open call for projects. And the LPC we helped you in determining eligibility and alignment, and you guys did an exercise on alignment with vision and goals. And then also refined the project list. Just for tonight, just for your awareness, I think the total New York Forward request is 7.9 million is where we are at right now. You need to be somewhere between 6 and 8 million. So there is no pressure, which is nice. But we really do want you to evaluate these projects as they are. At tonight's meeting, projects will be presented to the LPC with additional information. So you're going to hear from each of the project sponsors. I think all of our project sponsors are able to attend. So will all be here tonight. And we're going to hear because we're short on time and we have a lot of projects, we have asked the project sponsors to give an overview, 3-minute overview, which I know isn't a lot, but we've asked them to speak towards 3 things. One, they know that you already are familiar with these projects. So just a very brief overview of the project. And then we've asked them to discuss their budget, so you can see more detail what their budget is. And then the third thing is we provided them a list of what the LPC's co-benefits are. And they're going to speak to how they think their project aligns with co-benefits. And then after we hear so each of the project sponsors says 3 minutes, and then there will be an additional 3 minutes for the LPC to ask questions. We understand some projects you're going to breeze through, and there's going to be others that might go a little bit longer than 3 minutes, but we're going to try to target 3 minutes for each one. And then my computer is going to give me trouble. And then after that, after all of the presentations, then we are going to have a public comment period. And then after the public comment period, we're going to ask the LPC to do a Mentimeter exercise. So that's exercise with your phone. It's going to be very similar to what we did last time. But this time we're looking at co-benefits and catalytic effect. And then at meeting number 5, so that we'll have next month, that's November 5th, the LPC will evaluate projects for cost effectiveness and public support. So we will report back on everything that we heard at the public workshop. And at that meeting, we'll determine the final slate of projects. Any questions so far about how this is going to work? No? Okay. Just a reminder of what the co-benefits are. The project will result in benefits to both the community and project sponsor, encourages economic diversity through collaboration, preserves the historic identity of Nyack, has potential to attract regional visitors, increases accessibility and affordability, enhances community connectivity and cohesion, generates new jobs and employment opportunities. Just for a moment for our project sponsors, we understand that no magical project is going to hit all of these, and that's okay. And then catalytic effect, what do we mean by that? The project will have a significant and transformative impact on downtown Nyack, and the project has the potential to attract other private investment. All right, any questions from the LPC? No? Yeah.
The mayor and I discussed something last time, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about, just to confirm, was the process of this is very good with a lot of us. We're still looking to spend $4.5 million, yet we want to come up with between 6 and 8 to submit to the state. And Joe and I were just discussing the idea that, let's say we went on the outside of that, we're basically giving the state half the choices of what they're going to make here. How close should we get to that 4.5 on our own to have some agency in where this money goes?
It's a good question, and I think it all depends on the community, and it depends on the project types. So if you have a lot of small projects, then I think it would be better to kind of cull that list a little bit more yourself. If you have a lot of large projects, that's why there's that 6 to 8. That's why it's kind of a large wiggle room. And just for everybody's awareness, the reason why the state does that is because every once in a while a project will fall through. So they will pick $4.5 million worth of projects, but then, we've seen it happen almost every round where for whatever reason a project falls through, then they have another list, like the rest of the list they can go back to. So that way the community doesn't lose that $4.5 million. It's always going to total that. I think the advice that I can give you is that it's good to have a mix of larger projects and smaller, which is what you guys have. Is there that there's always room to go lower if you want, but if you want to stay at 7.9, that's fine too. And I think you are correct in that being at the high end gives probably the state a little bit more leverage because there are 16 projects. If you're not comfortable with that, then it's better to refine the list a little further. But it's kind of up to you guys.
Is there a way to prioritize or to make that known to the state, which our preferences are?
No, the state doesn't like prioritization.
Okay.
Good question.
Did I say that right?
As I've understood it, we want to get to somewhere between 6 and 6.5. With the recommendations to give the state some wiggle room and some opportunity to exercise discretion. And also, as she said, some backup projects in case something falls through. So that should be our goal. We're at somewhere above 8 now, so that we have to kind of look at it that way.
You're at 7.9.
7.9, we're about 7.9 now. Thank you. Is it gonna be that kind of night that we're correcting the roundup? So we're at 7.9, we gotta get somewhere between 6 and 6.5.
That's helpful, thank you.
All right, with that, I think we will get to the project sponsors. The order of that we're gonna go in is purely based on, because we started last meeting with everything geographical. This time it's slightly modified, just based on the project sponsors. So don't read anything into the order of it. It doesn't mean anything. And with that, we'll do the LPC Code of Conduct.
So each local planning committee member is reminded of their obligation to disclose potential conflicts of interest with respect to projects that may be discussed at today's meeting. If you have a potential conflict of interest regarding a project you believe will be discussed during the meeting, please disclose it now and recuse yourself from any discussion or vote on that project. For example, you may say that you or a family member have a financial interest in the project or that you are on the board of an organization proposing a project. Do any LPC members need to make a disclosure to the committee?
I do.
So in addition,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, these would be new disclosures.
Yeah, we don't have to-
Disclosure
we don't
in
have
a
to read
previous meeting, you're fine.
And you're for a small project.
Small budget. So that's just a small.
Are there any other disclosures, Marcella, anyone else for new disclosure? Okay,
Although I have a small project disclosure as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Just one moment. Okay, so what we think how we're gonna work this is that the LPC members, even if you if you have to recuse yourself, you can stay and listen to the presentation and the questions, but we will ask you to refrain from engaging in that discussion. So. Okay. All right, and with that, we have the Edward Hopper House. It is up first. And if you're LPC members, if you can raise your hand if you have recuse yourself from this one. Okay.
So I can stay, I just can't.
Yep.
participate.
yeah,
Yep.
no questions.
Stand mute, move,
Yes.
not move.
Oh, right, and we have just for the project sponsors awareness, we have a timer for 3 minutes. I'll hold up a 1-minute sign. Again, we're gonna try not to rush you too much, but you might have to.
No, that's.
I have a hook too.
All right, and take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kathy Benowitz, Executive Director of the Edward Hopper House Museum. This is my first time.
Maybe you need a mic.
Oh, I gotta use the mic, sorry. Hello? Hello?
There we go, there we go. All right. Then a restart.
Like in football? Hello, I'm Kathy Benowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Edward Hopper House. I have just had my 4th year anniversary, and it's hard to believe that I've never been at a village meeting before, but this is a very, very important one. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. So I just want to say good evening to everyone, LPC and our NIAC governing officials. And I'm here today to present a project that's not just about historic preservation, but about economic vitality, cultural growth, and the future of downtown Nyack, and the capital improvement project for the Edward Hopper House Museum and Study Center at 82 North Broadway. This is not just a historic house. It's the birthplace of one of America's most iconic artists and a proven economic engine for Nyack. Our visitor numbers have surged. We now have almost 10,000 visitors, 440% increase since 2022. The 80% come from outside the area. They bring their dollars to downtown Nyack, and the growth is fantastic. But there's a critical reality. Our 165-year-old infrastructure is in need of help. This Nyack forward investment is crucial to preserve this asset and capitalize on its growing visitor experiences. We are at a pivotal moment as we are approaching our 55th anniversary of being founded as a nonprofit arts organization in 2026. This giant forward allocation is a perfect vehicle to address critical needs through the multifaceted initiatives that are shovel-ready and fiscally responsible. Our project is multifaceted. It has 4 strategic shovel-ready components. One, the restoration of the exterior with reglazing the original windows, installing new energy efficient storm panels, and most importantly, adding to the street character is rebuilding and reinstalling the original shutters on all 4 sides of the house. The second project is a garden theater and infrastructure upgrade. We need to replace hazardous, outdated lighting with modern LED lighting systems and install a new outdoor monitor for films and screens and presentations. This will transform our garden into a modern, revenue-generating community venue. The third project is our Hop into Art Lab renovation. We want to overhaul a dilapidated 1960s kitchen that was the space of the caretaker who was preserving the house in the 70s to be a fully functional, state-of-the-art education center and room. And our last project is the existing conditions report, working with John G. Wade and Associates to ensure that all our work is historically accurate, strategically prioritized, and meets preservation best practices. The projects, the total project costs are $626. And it's broken down into the 4 components that you see here. And lastly, our alignment. We very much feel that it ties to local goals, economic diversity, historic preservation. With preserving the history of Nyack is preserving this nationally registered as a landmark. It meets the state criteria for active downtown and enhanced public spaces. The theater will become a public gathering space, allowing for more frequent and safe and growing professional events. And the community vision, inclusivity, and creativity is the renovation of our art lab that delivers on the vision of inclusivity and creativity, providing a dedicated space for our arts education programs that serve a diverse community of learners. And finally, we are very project ready, and we have a strong history of state, federal, and local grants. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, LPC members, feel free to ask questions or comments.
Okay, I'll ask it. Okay, good question. Okay.
Thank you so much. Could you just expand a little bit on how you're going to use the garden to generate more revenue?
Oh, by the way, please don't anybody turn the mic off.
I accidentally.
Just leave it on. The next person, we'll go through 10 minutes with the next person turning the mic off.
Sorry, my problem.
That's right.
Well, the garden is a magical space. It has been operating as a hub of summer jazz for 45 years. It's been gone through 2 refurbishments already. One in the 80s, and then again in 2017 with the New York Thoroughbred Bridge grant, which we received a large grant with the state. And that helped to give it the infrastructure that it currently has. However, the lighting system, everything has been kind of patchwork back there in terms of light, and by having a state-of-the-art system, it will allow better productions and greater diversity of programming. We'll continue, of course, our jazz program, but it opens up to rentals for other artists, for other nonprofits, also for private events. We are working in collaboration with 90 North, the arts and business location next door. We have plans to work with the Angel. Oh, Susan was it? And for other rental, and that'll help diversify our stream of revenue, but it also opens up that space to be used, throughout the year.
Thank you very much.
Question? Okay. Make sure you have the mic.
The educational center, is that going to be like for students that are here in the district as well as people from outside?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have a very strong membership group. We have almost 500 members now, and those members are from here. We're really growing our family audiences, through our now monthly, family days that we're having, including one that's sponsored by a Village of Nyack grant for this weekend on the 18th, at Memorial Park. We, yes, it's for after-school programs, it's for, you know, and the thing is that space is the last room that has never been touched. And it needs to be historically, treated because of the original wainscoting and whatnot, having historically accurate cabinetry that really is used to store art for our students. And it allows for not only expansion of student activities and youth activities, but also increasing teaching artists opportunities to do programs with us and have a space to work that uses a base.
We're almost out of time, so I have a quick question, and it's a hard question, but I'm gonna ask it of everybody. You heard where we have to cut about 25% of what we've been requested. If you had to prioritize the 3 or 4 items that you have here, what would your highest priority be?
Well, I think that we have to do the facade renovation for the historical character of Nyack. This house is too important to the history of this community. I mean, we branded Hopper's Nyack, as our, because we tell people that by coming to Nyack, you're not just coming to the museum, you get to experience the community as he saw it, because it hasn't changed, much unlike where I live, where everything is torn down, right? So it is very important that that historic character of that upper part of downtown, which has always been a mixed commercial and business and residential area, be preserved and help to encourage other people to do the same. I think the, art lab is very, very important also to our operations, but the revenue generator community piece of the garden is
Yeah.
really, really important.
They're all high priorities, I understand. It's like,
No, but
so
I-
which baby do you take out of the fire, burning?
Well, I think that in terms of our budget proposal, I mean, we have, 200, I'm sorry, so it's 620. But the proper projects themselves, including the historic architecture contractor, total, just under 400. Because there's markup, there's all the
Okay,
construction
yeah.
costs and all of that, and
Yeah, I'm
200,
familiar with
which is
you.
a lot. So that's the part that really, that's where the wiggle room.
Thank you for answering it. Tough question, I know.
All right, I think we're gonna move on to thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen.
We're gonna move on to our next project, which is enhance the safety and appearance of the Gateway Underpass to downtown Nyack. So Andy, you're up.
General, there's a quick
Yeah.
question before we start, so
Sure.
this timer goes. I was gonna ask if we could do what the mayor did, and he just did it, so it's appropriate for us to ask them to prioritize within their project.
Sure.
So we couldn't prioritize a project.
Yeah.
But within a project,
Yeah.
we can pull that out.
Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
Albany doesn't prioritize.
Yeah.
They won't let us prioritize, but
I would say some LPCs do try to just keep all the projects, but minimize the budget.
Yeah.
But not all projects can be funded. So I just would encourage you to think about that. That's not, if you opt for that strategy, you're still giving the state a lot of leverage.
it's also the case that the state wants us to have some high impact projects. So if we gave everybody 60% of what they asked for, they wouldn't be happy with that, because we'd basically be saying, oh, we couldn't make hard decisions, so we just gave everybody a little bit. So we do have to make hard decisions, but I do think it's useful sometimes just to know, have them on the record as saying, what do they think of as the bone and what do they think of as the meat, that sort of thing. Nothing's fat, it's all bone or meat.
And I would just remind you, like, the goal is like catalytic and transformative projects. So, if you trim projects, that means that lessens the impact that they're gonna have.
Yeah.
All right, you're up.
So thank you very much, Andy, Village Administrator. This is one of 6 municipal projects that's being presented tonight. This one is about 5 or 6 important changes to this gateway, the throughway underpass that about 6 million cars a year go through in and out of Nyack. And the pieces that we put together to make it really transform the feel of this underpass are improved sidewalk here. The sidewalk is lacking or falling apart. Improved landscaping on both sides of the bridge, including on this side and also our Welcome to Nyack sign over there. Some uplighting to make it sort of shine. A little improvement on the sidewalk situation where Kilby comes down. It's a very, very wide crossing. It's unsafe. And we want to make it, if the village appears pedestrian safe, it'll be more attractive and people understand that it's in our character to be a place that cares about people. which is a message we want to send. Then inside the overpass, there's some improvements needed where the dirt embankments from the thruway's property erodes down onto the sidewalks and creates unsafe conditions. So part of our budget, sorry.
I'm just saying, address us.
So part of our budget is dedicated to improving the sort of rip wrapping or paving or otherwise controlling those surfaces. And also painting the walls. And right now, the pedestrian sidewalks under the underpass are virtually pitch dark at night. The streetlights that we have in the lanes don't actually reach over onto the sidewalks. And so we're looking to improve that as well with some lights along those walls, including painting the walls so that when the lights are on them, they'll look nice. So if you put all these pieces together, you get a much cleaner, safer, more attractive gateway to the village, which is more representative of who we are as a village that cares about pedestrians, wants to look good, and have our main gateway not be sort of a gloomy, embarrassing, and dilapidated look. That in a nutshell is the project. We have dialed it back a little bit. We took a couple of things off the list and worked with the engineers to try to drive the cost down a bit. But it's still $673,000 total project cost. So the village contribution of 10% is $7,000. Sorry if I went too fast. Trying to get it all in.
I'm happy with that, but, LPC, questions? No question?
I'll ask something, just I think it's good for us to get this out. How much of this could be covered by, would the state transport, the Department of Transportation and or the Highway Authority or the Bridge Authority, the Thruway Authority, is any of this possible to move to their budget?
So we had those conversations with both the New York State DOT, which controls the roadway, and the Thruway Authority, which controls the structure. Neither one of them are willing to spend money on the improvements we'd like to see, but they are happy to talk about permitting. The median, they consider that to be helpful. The median between the east and westbound lanes is really scrappy and weedy. And the agreement we have with the DOT is that when they do their weed control and do all the sort of extensive traffic control necessary for that, we can send our DPW in and do some crack sealing and then paint the curves and kind of make that look a lot nicer. So it's sort of a partnership on the DOT side of it. The Thruway representatives we're just trying to be as straightforward as it could be and saying, no, we're not going to pay to stabilize that embankment. And I will note that overpass is probably one of the oldest on the Thruway, and it does have rust spots and sort of little spot repairs on it, which eventually I'm sure the Thruway will go around to doing some more painting of the structure itself. But it's a long-term capital project for that. Nothing is going to happen soon.
Any other questions?
So the DOT is responsible for the top part, but not the underneath part?
Well, the DOT is responsible for Route 59, like the pavement and the sort of some of the landscaping and weed control and things like that.
But the rusting is.
That's all Thruway. That's your Thruway. That's the Thruway structure that goes over Route 59.
That's the question.
So they have to collaborate on the permitting because anything we do under there could be a driver distraction, so it's a DOT issue, or it could affect the structure of the bridge, which is a Thruway issue.
How do you make the bottom of Kilby safe for to cross?
So what you do there is you extend, if you think about it, if you're going down Kilby, like if you're walking from Upper Depew, and we're gonna have a sidewalk over there in the next couple of years, which would be nice. You get down to the bottom and it's a very wide open sort of entryway. And we would bring using paint and sort of flexible bollards, we would extend the sidewalk that's on the east side coming out from the underpass towards like where Taco Boys is. So if you were walking along that sidewalk, you could get well into what is now the lane and still be on sidewalk.
Know it well.
The lighting that was, I think, originally proposed underneath, where is that on the budget?
So the lighting is.
Was it in the underpass improvement? Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of
Okay.
buried in the.
But it's
underpass.
still there.
Yeah. That would include painting and, let's see, if the paintings, yeah, I think painting's in there. And also the stabilization of the eroding dirt embankments as they come down the sidewalk.
And the lighting is just this kind of
So the
lighting,
lighting is,
ambient lighting.
so we did not get a warm fuzzy feeling from our state agencies as to a truly sort of artistic kind of expressive form of lighting. But I think that a good sort of pedestrian safety type of lighting with some paint will make that underpass look a lot more attractive and I just don't think we're not gonna get something sort of super colorful or dynamic or changing.
The only reason was that it was distracting. They thought it would be
Right, much
distracting.
more driver distraction.
Makes sense. Well, it wouldn't be a flash show,
I
but.
wanted the clicker.
It could,
I wanted to put on a light show.
it could reflect.
They said there was a strobe effect would have epileptic.
We were looking more along the lines of something that would be adaptable, like the Cuomo Bridge, that would, it's just like a set theme color.
Yeah.
To
And
keep
that's,
another
that's
town.
superstructure, it's so high above the roadway, it's not considered to be sort of in your face.
Yeah,
distraction.
that works.
Plus the governor wanted it.
Very good.
All right, thank you, Andy. I think that's it. We have next up, we have Morris Kitchen.
Moore's Kitchen, been part of the Nyack community for 14 years. As part of the board member of Nyack Tourism, Nyack Chamber of Commerce, I've seen firsthand the collaboration of both businesses and the village celebrating energy and tourism into our town. This terrace project builds on the same momentum, to make Nyack a destination. While most people think of Main Street, when they think of Nyack, South Broadway also has incredible businesses that deserve more foot traffic. The terrace will help draw visitors to our side of town, offering a new experience that enhances what Nyack already does best: community, culture, and hospitality. The hospitality industry has been changing significantly since the COVID. Consumers today want experiential dining, outdoor social spaces. The terrace will allow to host these kind of events, private parties, themes, corporate gatherings, creating a new revenue stream to attract even more visitors. The terrace will include a private room for up to 45 guests and an open air balcony that can accommodate 75 guests. That means 300 plus additional visitors a day on a busy weekend. People who not only dine with us to stay, but also stay to shop, stroll, and explore Nyack. With this new attraction, we hope to help create enough energy and foot traffic for other merchants to extend their hours and share in the momentum. Nyack is a walkable and vibrant town, and people want to be outdoors. This terrace embodies exactly what makes Nyack special through connection, community, and culture. With your support, we hope to grow responsibly and create space for everyone to come.
Oh, if we could show the budget. And Tyrone, I hope you don't mind, I'm gonna, for 1 second, one of the questions that came up at the last LPC meeting was kind of a feeling that this project was particularly expensive. We met with Tyrone the other day, and he explained that one of the drivers for that is there's just some structural issues from putting something out on the roof. The other is that they will be raising the roof so that they can enjoy that. So raising the roof line is kind of what drives that high cost. So I just wanted to explain that. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, so it's a couple things. So we're gonna try to raise it just a little bit. There is a partial view there. It's not like, we have like river views or anything like that. We're gonna try to raise it just a little bit, but also at the same time, it's gonna be a brand new roof, so to minimize any downtime the restaurant will have.
Little time for questions?
Yeah, go for it.
Hi Tyrone, quick question, so now you do not own that building, correct?
Not currently. We have a lease to own right now. At the end of the year, we have a deed transfer fence.
Okay, so I think one of the questions we had at one of the previous is how could we make sure of the continuity of being used this way if you don't own the building? And I thought we were gonna try to get maybe some clarification before.
With our lease, we could do any capital improvements we want. We're responsible. We're triple net lease, so we're responsible for, we put a new roof on it, put everything on it.
Right, but like, let's say you end your lease there and then the person who owns the property, like, can choose to not use it for this use.
But at the end of the year, the lease ends at the end of the year. At that point, we have the deed. So we own the property.
Oh, you'll own it at the end of the
Yeah,
year.
yeah. Oh,
Now I understand.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't understand that
Yeah.
part. Oh, okay, that's,
Yeah,
Big.
we own it.
oh, that's, okay, great, perfect.
And so you're almost at the end of the lease to own period.
Yes.
Got you.
Very good.
Awesome.
Any other questions?
I'm trying to look up the folder, because when I was reading it and getting ready, there was a whole bunch of stuff in there about housing. Was that at some point in part of the discussion? That's one in the email that you sent back, there was a lot of discussion of housing. What was that all about?
Oh, that was, or do you want to explain?
I had originally said I did a feasibility study. I didn't realize that feasibility study was for apartments, not for the second floor.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's all that was. It was just confusion. Okay. I got it. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on.
Right, we had asked if they had had a feasibility study done or some sort of study showing that they would be able to accommodate the project per zoning, but also structurally, and they did have a feasibility study done, but it was at the time, it was envisioning apartments
Yeah.
instead of doing
Okay.
this. But they decided to go forward with this instead.
Okay. That clears that up for me. Thank you.
Yes.
Will, you continue to do events like you did, the Sunset on Sobro, and will this give you more space to have dancing there? Because I was very impressed at how many people turned out for
Yes,
that you did. I think it really helped in terms of driving traffic to that part of the town. Had a lot of people there at night for many hours, so,
Right, that was the biggest thing. Like we just did an event for salsa on Sunset in Southborough. It was really good. I don't know what the count is, but I want to say at least 250 people there. It was way more than we expected with 5 weeks of marketing. Yeah, that just shows that we do bring those kind of community events. People do want to be outside. And we're able to handle that kind of crowd.
will there be dancing on the roof?
Yeah, our plan is to have multiple events, so not just, our plan is to make more sit down restaurant, not like this one, just a top bar. But we want to do like, even day stuff. I mean, I've seen stuff, in the city, to do day breakers. So yoga, non-alcoholic in the mornings, do other events at night as well and stuff. So there's been a week.
Thank you.
It's a lovely idea, Tara, just when you said that. How many patrons can you serve now and how many would you be able to with this rest of the day?
Right, so, right now my occupancy is 94, I believe. Indoors, we're gonna go to 45 inside, 75 outside on the second floor. And that's seated, so we can go for probably another 25 every month.
How does that translate into employment increases?
Right, so we're gonna go probably to, I think I said 3 times that in the summer. So for me, I'm talking about 6 months out of the year, our busiest. So we're going from 12 people to about, not triple, so about 25, 26 people, including kitchen help. And then, yeah, so 3 times in there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, great, thank you. Right, next up, we have Elmwood Community Playhouse.
I'm recused on this too.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody else recused on this one? Oh, okay, okay.
Hi.
There you go. You're good.
Okay, great. All right. I'm Derek Carson. I'm the president of the board of directors of Elmwood Playhouse and my team over here. Our proposal is requesting money from New York Forward for several projects to beautify and renovate the Elmwood Playhouse building. It's a mural on the corner of the building, both on Park Street and New Street, that will be visible from Main Street. Renovations to both improve the appearance and to strengthen the infrastructure of our buildings, and investment in new lighting and sound equipment to improve the quality of our productions, to encourage new audiences, and to foster those audiences to return to our theater again and again. The project advances the goals of the New York Forward funding because for 79 years, Elmwood, like other performance venues, brings patrons not only to see the performances, but to eat at restaurants before and after the show, buy flowers for cast members, and just encourage people to walk around and discover Nyack before the show. And they bring them back a second or third time to explore what they've missed. So all of these co-benefits encourage economic diversity and foot traffic through downtown Nyack. Elmwood in the past has collaborated with restaurants downtown Nyack, so that brings to restaurants can get discounted food, drinks, desserts, if they bring a ticket to an Elmwood show. I mean, they go the other way as well. We could offer ticket discounts for patrons in our partners. These are benefits that accrue not only to local visitors, but to regional ones as well. And Elmwood already advertises to the Hotel Nyack to be included in a list of activities for Nyack visitors who are staying there. Right now, locals, a lot of them, tell us at street fairs that they've lived in Nyack for decades but have never heard of Elmwood. But with an interesting and artistic mural that is visible from Main Street, that is bound to change. And the mere improvement of our exterior will draw new locals and visitors to Elmwood. The portions of our project that seek to renovate the building will generate new jobs to all the various constructors, contractors, and employees who will be needed to accomplish those renovations. Improvements to our lighting and sound equipment will also serve the goals of the funding because Elmwood's reputation for producing quality plays and musicals is already high, with a number of patrons comparing Elmwood shows to what they would see in Manhattan. But we're held back by obsolescent equipment. Our lighting console in particular right now is what I would call the Windows 7 of comparable equipment. It's so old that we can no longer upgrade it. So with updated equipment to produce effects that complement our high quality sets and performers, Elmwood can attract new patrons and entice them to return again. And welcome to Libby's questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Derek, I guess it's just a priority question. I mean, is the roof, is it leaking? Does it really need to be done right away or lighting and sound more important?
No, actually, the most important thing is the roof. So I mean, that's what, but the mural also entails structural renovations because otherwise we can't even install it. So I had answered this question in a written proposal, and we speaking into the mic, we had said that the exterior walls and mural would be a total of 106,780 volts. We are prioritizing the roof above the furniture storage, our sound system, and our lighting console. Those are our four biggest priorities. Of course, everything is important. So the repair to the roof above our costume storage, our HVAC system, but the roofing over the parking lot door, the insulation, and our whole space, those are that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think you, maybe I saw in the comments, you're not expecting more shows, right? Before the investments.
That's correct. Yeah.
So are you currently sold out of the show or what's?
No, we're not.
So the idea would be because of everything you're doing, attracting more people, you basically for a consistent amount of shows, you just have more attendance.
That's right. That's right.
I just want to jump in. We used to do doubles on Saturdays. There's a lot of demand for matinee, certainly. So we have room to expand the run.
Right, we can increase the number of performances of each show, we're just not increase the number of shows.
You just have a rough number. If you look at all the performances, what's the sold out rate? Is it the
We average somewhere between 85 to 95% capacity during our season. So we're doing well, but we're not sold out.
Any other questions? I have my own question, which is the, when, for the facade, improvements that you would need to do for the mural, would you be looking to do a facade, like, are you just doing a repair or are you replacing the facade? And if so, what do you envision it would look like? Would it look the same as how it looks now, or are you envisioning something different?
I can address that slightly. It'll probably a different look, but it'll be a clean look. So it'll all be the same, one color underneath the mural will be neutral, because you won't see underneath the mural. But the rest of the property or the rest of the structure will be a blend, an even color throughout. So right now, there are a couple of different shades on our building by nature, but we would try to uniform that around 3 sides of our building that's at the corner of New and Park. If that answers your question.
It does, thank you. All right, any other questions? No, okay, great, thank you so much. All right, next up, we have. Andy, I think this is you again, unless the mayor's taking on this one, this is,
He's got all the presentations.
okay,
I'm gonna stay and roll.
okay. Go for it, this is on the, rezone gateway into a mixed use district to encourage new development.
So this is a strip of road 59 between McDonald's under the underpass up to 9W, which shows the classic sort of American car-centric mini mart, mini plaza sort of drive-through development. And it's a hard nut to crack. We believe that by rezoning this, a planning process, following the recommendation of the Nyack Village Comprehensive Plan, which points out this area as in need of a revisioning, a mixed-use development where you get a streetscape, proper sidewalks, you get mixed-use development, retail and residential that are designed comprehensively, not parcel by parcel, each one with its own sort of dilapidated strip mall and big expansive poly asphalt and so on. So putting those things together into a plan, doing the environmental analysis for the state secret law compliance, having those meetings, coming up with the design standards for streetscaping, and overall providing an opportunity to property owners there or investors to be able to consolidate their parcels and build something beautiful so that when you come off the thruway or come over 59, you see more opportunities for housing, a nicer designed retail environment, sidewalks and landscaping that look contemporary. And one of the opportunities here is that the town of Clarkstown is looking at their own zoning, basically right up for this, in this area here, just over the border from Nyack. They're involved in a similar planning process, and the opportunity exists to be able to do something that's complementary. So you can envision a property like the hotel owner there, or those two strip malls, like where Hogan's Diner is and the one next to it, being able to combine forces and create something that's truly attractive and more dense, provides affordable housing, increases the tax base, and creates something when you roll off the thruway, you're looking at something that you want to see. Another piece of this is connecting kind of the uptown and the downtown of the village. This part of the village is obviously very car centric, but there are a lot of people who live around there. You go to Walden Terrace, you go out Upper Depew, there's apartment buildings on High Avenue at the top of the hill near the thruway entrance by the Nyack Hotel. There's a lot of people who live and actually walk to retail environments, whether it's the supermarket or the Taco Boys or other things, and the other kind of things in the strip malls there. We could create essentially like a mini new part of the village that would be planned comprehensively. And so the process here would be, you hire a consultant planner, they do the environmental analysis, they put together a draft zoning law the village board can consider, have its public hearings on. But it doesn't stop there. With the adoption of the law, it moves forward to working with property owners to try to recruit investors and get the kind of development we want to see that serves the village's needs, and kind of weaves the village together in a new way. That's more or less the story in a nutshell.
Okay, any questions on the LTC? No? All right, I think you get to stay up there. Next up is enhanced Broadway commercial corridor lighting. This was the, I'm just gonna preface, this was the former streetscaping project that after LPC had provided some comments on it. So go for it.
This project is similar in a sense that it's about connecting pieces of the village together better. And in this case, it's North and South Broadway. Originally, we were talking about running down Main Street to the waterfront, but because there's a lot of new development at 65 Main Street where Mountain Rex used to be, both of the GZ Vista project and other things happening, the John Greenhouse, that stretch of road is going to get improved with more amenities and better sidewalks and so on over time. But the connection was made, I think, by this committee and others, that the lack of a uniform lighting plan from North Broadway all the way down to Cedar Hill was sort of a failure to really take the opportunity to create a kind of a uniform pedestrian experience from one end of Broadway to the other. So the proposal here is mostly about putting in lamp posts, they're similar to the ones on Main Street and a few that we have between Main Street and Bird Street, a little bit north, on North Broadway. They're continuing that look for the whole way. And it would lead to more connectivity, a better sort of pedestrian experience. More likely that people would walk from one end of Broadway to the other to take advantage of shopping opportunities. A safe pedestrian environment at night so people can see where they're going. And I think a better business environment for the businesses on that stretch of road. The project also includes a small improvement to Main Street, a section of sidewalk behind Village Hall, which is in very poor condition, it's very narrow. There's an opportunity to expand that a bit and put in some trees. And so that's a part of our project as well, but the main focus is to get proper lighting to the whole length of Broadway. Continuing the progress that the village made a number of years ago, installing the Victorian lamp posts on part of that stretch, which bring it all the way down to the finish line. And I think we dialed back, this originally was coming in close to $1 million, and we're doing all of Main Street down to the waterfront, and now we're coming in at about half of that. So we're trying to work with the budget and we use the dollars as effectively as possible.
All right, any LPC questions on this one?
So the actual request, because I got confused, is about 533,000. That's the actual where we're coming down to. That's the project cost. The request is 90% of that, 95% of it. Okay, 480.
Correct.
That was correct in mind.
Sorry, Andy, can you just repeat again the part that you said it was originally going down to what was the part that was changed?
So our original concept for this was not to connect Broadway north and south, but connect Main Street between Broadway and the waterfront. And it seemed like too expensive and too many changes taking place because of new investment. It just seemed like not the best approach. So we took another look at our plans and decided that connecting Broadway north and south was more valuable investment to make.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Andy. Next up, we have restore the exterior of the historic John Green House to support future reactivation.
Good evening. My name is Winston Perry. I'm the president of the John Green Preservation Coalition. The share of NIAC's New York Forward Grant that we are applying for will accomplish a major step in our overall plan, which is to restore the appearance of the John Green House to the way it looked when it was built in 1819, and to adapt the interior to its use as a museum of Nyack history related to the Hudson River. From the era when Nyack was a busy river port, and the riverfront was the center of academic and public activity in the village. The work of this step, covered by the grant, is to complete the exterior restoration of the house. We have already rebuilt the front wall. The west side wall is about 80% built as of this afternoon, with the masons busily working every day that it's not raining. Our is for you can see there on the screen. We've itemized 3 masonry steps: the rebuilding of the 2 remaining stone walls, east and south, and the rebuilding of the chimneys. Following that, by the way, these items are in order of importance and therefore priority for us. Following that will be the restoration of the gambrel ends, which are wood frame above the stone walls. We purchase and installation of doors and windows. And the work on the dormers and the painting of the exterior wooden parts. In terms of the co-benefits that the project will offer to the village, I would like to emphasize three of them. That primarily preserving the history of Nyack. This was the business headquarters of John Green's various businesses in Nyack. We ran Hudson River slopes up and down the river, carrying stone from Nyack quarries, lumber, which he purchased up near Albany and brought down to sell in his yards in Nyack and in New York. In that era, the riverfront was the center of life in Nyack, and this building is one of the remaining vestiges of the physical fabric of the village from that period. You know, it's important in terms of preserving the village's history that it be restored and preserved. It is, of course, the potential to attract visitors. We already, our nation would spend full time just visiting with people who want to come and talk about the house. It's a great draw. And we, particularly when we are able to erect more historical signs like those that you see in other waterfront towns, emphasizing their history. Our third co-benefit is enhanced community connectivity and cohesion. It's interesting that John Green was at one time a slave owner before the house was built. And it's well known that African Americans provided many of the crew members for the Hudson River slopes. Took a lot of people, and so those of you who've been sailing on the Clearwater know, we placed those huge mainsails. And African Americans made a great contribution to that role. And also the house was briefly in minority ownership before it was picked up by real estate investors. And many prominent Nyack families got their start in an apartment in the John Green house. So we intend to use those stories to tell the history of that aspect of the village, and the house will be useful as a teaching material. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Questions?
Could you remind us when the building has been landmarked, or if there's plans to have it in?
Yes, it is listed on this state and national registers of historic places, and it's also been designated as the Village of Nyack landmark.
You referenced that this is it's good to see you, Wynn, and thank you for being here. You say this is for 3 and 4 of a 6-phase renovation process. What would happen after this, and how much would that cost?
Well,
Say you got the grant, the
yes,
656.
we anticipate that the portion of the grant we have requested will complete the exterior work on the house, and we will need at least $500,000 to adapt the interior to its new use. We will need all new heating, cooling, electrical, plumbing, alarm systems.
So this gets you about halfway. Let's get you about halfway to the end line.
Yes, a little past the halfway.
Okay.
We've brought 500,000 of grants to the village already so far.
So how much, that's what's been spent so far? It's about $500,000's been spent up to now?
Yes,
Okay, so $500,000, this would be another, a little more than $500,000, would be another $500,000 to go after that.
right.
Okay, And then the other question I had, you referenced that it would be used for some sort of historical preservation of the Hudson River. And I know you're involved also with the Nyack Historical Society, Historical Society of the Nyack, or whatever the term is. Is there a reason? Because I know that you're going to eventually lose the location of Tippecanoe Manor. There, is there a reason why there's not consideration to move the Historical Society to the John Greenhouse?
Well, yes, I'm also a trustee of the Historical Society of the Nyack, and we have seriously considered adopting the John Greenhouse as our headquarters if we have to leave the Depew House. Unfortunately, it's a little smaller than what we need. And doesn't have the wonderful access to parking that the present location has. But we will very likely wind up in a collaborative effort with the Historical Society to operate the house.
Okay, thank you. That's a fair response.
Any other LPC questions? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Wayne.
All right, next up we have Angel Maya. Can I see, I think there's some LPC members in recuse. Okay, Thomas, anybody else? And Elliot, okay.
I mean, like.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, most of you have been inside the Angel Nyack at one point or another, certainly for an LPC meeting. Back in December, the building, a group of people, neighbors and colleagues here in the village that draw from the arts and from events and backgrounds that are sort of part and parcel to this project came together. There's 10 of us that formed a board of the Angel Nyack to buy this historic church from 1901. We were concerned because of its central location in the village, because it sits at this very, very sort of key position in the village, that we were worried that this would become sort of an open sore of a conversation that would find no resolution. And it's 17,000 square feet. And we thought, well, let's just open it up and see what people think we should do with this space. And it became clear that after River Space was lost to a flood, that there's still a pining for a true performing arts space. And this certainly has amazing acoustics. And many of you were here at the concert for Music to Mend on Sunday and could take some of those acoustics in. It also has another, besides this theater, it has another space behind it, which is also being used for both theatrical art and by Soup Angels. And that's been a program that's been here in the village for the past 20 years. And every Monday and Wednesday, the volunteers come together and hardcore them, cook 220 meals and have never missed a single beat, no matter the holiday or no matter what might be going on. And it's a true touchstone for people in the community who are economically poor. It is not what maybe most of you might see as like a place for, let's say, quote unquote, the unhoused or the homeless. It is actually our friends and neighbors who don't have means and really need to find one another for a variety of reasons every week so that they have a touchstone in this community and they feel like they are part of this community. And it is a tremendous honor to be part of that. Sorry, it's been a long weekend. In the back of the building, there are 11 artists now hard at work. We have mostly musicians that have offices in the space. There are artist partners, and they've begun to collaborate and work with one another today. There was a beautiful situation where they were collaborating inside the sanctuary, and it was a vibraphonist and a couple of other musicians that came together and were practicing and putting things together for a new album. We have a trombone player in the basement who has put tracks down for Carnival Cruise Line and PetSmart and I don't know what else. He put in every time I see him, he's like, gotta do a commercial. I'll be right back. So it's a very vibrant location already since December. But as anybody who works in the arts knows it's not a very easy way to definitely sustain a 17,000 square foot building from 1901. So we looked very hard at what this building could do aside from that, and that's when weddings and events really became a central focus. And we started to look more closely at why Nyack isn't a chief location for beautiful weddings, because we have all these really fun things to do and all these beautiful places to take photographs and all these cool things. And so it became key that we add this air conditioning and make it have accessibility year round to this sanctuary space. It doesn't make sense from the way that financially, that will not make sense unless we're able to bring up the amount that we're able to rent that space for about 20 to 30 times a year to make sure that we at least get in sort of high end wedding revenue. And so all of the plans went into making this both accessible and really handy for the arts, but also something that would make it a lovely setting for a larger party right in the middle of our village. And it is a tremendous, and what we also learned, we don't necessarily come from that arena, but we've done a lot of research. We formed the Nyack Wedding Collective several years ago. We've collaborated with Rockland County Tourism on several ad campaigns and research and outreach to wedding planners to understand that wedding market, because we feel like it's a huge opportunity. And we've seen it happen in places like Beacon and other places where, although for a couple of Saturdays in the fall and in the spring, you're sort of sacrificing your town to a lot of hoo-ha and a lot of weddings. The rest of it, I mean, it brings in a ton of visitors and overnight visitors. And we just think it would be a wonderful thing to bring life and love to the middle of town. So this plan calls for, because it's over a series of steps, and we've already done some renovation as it is. This plan, this is considered step 5. We've already either completed or will be completing the first 4 steps. This step 5 is really the most essential, and honestly, the rest of them are just the gravy. This step 5 is the one that gets the air conditioning and the flooring and the ability to light up the space with proper electrical upgrades and the needs of the roof so that we can sustain the HVAC system. This is pretty much the way, and this look as the plans as they are available, this will cover most of that. So everything else is really is more gravy for the building. This is like these are the meat and potatoes. If this doesn't happen, the project really doesn't, it's not viable. So we're asking for an injection into this project of about $1 million. We have $1 million set aside that was fundraised privately so that we could basically have the cash flow needed to be able to match the grant, so that when the grant is paid out, we can pay for that. We have some questions about how we can execute on that, because maybe that is not enough considering what was like sort of spent out. So we'll talk about that, but that's what we have. And so we have $1 million set aside to match the grant so that we can make sure that we can pay it out, get it back, and then continue to work on the project. So that's sort of the thinking behind it. But if you have questions, please.
This is phase 5, right?
This is phase 5.
Say that after
Yeah,
this, it's all
the phase
gravy,
is 5.
6, 7, 8, 9 are gravy, is that the way?
Yeah, the rest of it is sort of much more sort of aesthetic improvements into the picnic room. There's some lighting and other things that are for specifically for the arts, lighting infrastructure, which we can go for other grants through NISCA and other sources, a lot of private funders that are available for that. We also have the other things are like renovating the kitchen for Soup Angels, and that's something down the path. That's not anything that's necessary right now. There was some talk about putting in a walk-in refrigerator and freezer at some point to replace the many individual units. But those are all things those are things that would be nice to have. This is kind of what we sort of must have. And that's why we are looking for additional grant support. We feel like we've done a lot, like just sort of on the own steam. But this is kind of is needed for the community to sort of embrace it and certainly to take it to that next level. And we hope that we can collaborate with so many different organizations and businesses. And honestly, there's 14 vendors that are involved with most average weddings. And we've already started doing that so much. There's so much activity even with what we're doing now. We've had thousands of people coming through the building for various arts activities and classes and programs, and people are really embracing having that space in the middle of town and figuring out ways to use it. And it's really heartening. So, so really, the air conditioning portion of this is important to make it seasonable, make it usable year round. And it's just a big cost for a big room like that, that specific room is 12,000 square feet. So that's a lot. So, yeah.
Any other questions from the LPC? No? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
And next up, we have create a mural on the Rockland County Pride Center.
Being supposed to sit there.
Oh, no, that's them.
Oh.
This is here and Chris. Not coming out. Oh, yes. You guys got this.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, no.
I said, you are allowed to present if you would like to.
I think they've got it.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Doria. I'm a visual artist and the founder of Mural Collabs. I'm here with one of our other members, Lauren Rudolph, and we're also teamed up with Danielle McDonald, who's one of the art teachers here at Nyack High School. We have a history of painting murals, and our initiative involves transforming the Rockland County Pride Center into a mural that transforms the entire building. Celebrates the rich history and diversity of Nyack, its role in activism and arts, and really celebrates the pride and identity of the village. So our process, right here, it shows the scope of the mural, which will translate 3 sides of the building. The mural is intended to be figurative and kind of take you through a narrative history of Nyack, from Cynthia Hedra to Edward Hopper and all the notables from Nyack that are celebrated. Our process involves community input, working with Rockland County Pride Center as well as members of the community to come up with aspects of Nyack's history that are really important to represent in the mural. So the mural will be figurative. It'll have a number of portraits, represent, the physical identity and as well as the biodiversity of Nyack and this part of Rockland County. There would be a process involved in creating and developing the design of the mural, as well as the fabrication of the mural. So there'll be, a number of stages that would be involved in the creation of the design as well as the artwork. We're, really, the mural is intended to serve as a beacon for all the ideals that Nyack holds important to it, as well as be informative, influence tourism and foot traffic, as well as tells an interesting story of the village.
It'll also be a big community project as well. So people will not only get to lend their voices into what it's going to look like, but will actually be helped with their artists so they can actually participate in some of the safer aspects of painting. This will go across generations through schools and, through seniors and everybody.
Yeah, and if the question was how many of the kind of Nyack's co-benefits, so it really does touch on every single co-benefit, either directly or indirectly. Directly, it encourages economic diversity by bringing people in. There's a ton of research that shows that murals painted bring in visitors, bring in tourists, and just create kind of a foot traffic that wouldn't necessarily be there without a brand new huge mural. It preserves the history of Nyack, so it's going to be a collaborative process, and community members are going to be involved. There's going to be history portrayed on the mural. I already mentioned it has the potential to attract regional visitors. This is going to be a huge mural It's gonna cover 3 sides of the building, right? It's almost 4,000 square feet. So it's a big mural and that does attract, visitors. And of course, the collaboration of it will enhance community connectivity and cohesion. So it's really, really exciting. We have a ton of research on, how it does, builds. It has economic benefits and how it does attract tourists and things like that. I don't even know if this is on. It's on? It was on.
You're good, you were very clear. Yes, questions?
So if I'm correct, Chris, you actually did the mural on the bridge.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the beautiful bridge that's
The
there.
underpass of the shared bike path of the,
Right, you're the artist that's responsible for that.
yes.
Beautiful. Can you tell us the budget for that? Do you know what that is?
The budget for the mural portion of that project, which had been expanded, because originally the scope involved the walls of the tunnel. And we took it to encompass, the ceiling as well as parts of the tunnel that expanded. I think the total budget for that was about 85,000. Yeah.
Comparable. Thank you.
Yeah, not including the lighting that way. That was just for the mural.
That was mood lighting, by the way.
Mood lighting that's on the bike portion of the path that was deemed not to be too intrusive for the throughway. Cause that's one of those areas where it's not quite on the throughway. It's on the inside, but you can see it from the outside. So, yeah, I was familiar with, working with the throughway department, creating a design that didn't attract too many distractions from drivers, but also transformed the atmosphere from that particular part of the bike path.
You did a great job there. That was that was great work. And that's what everybody says, why can't we do that under the throughway underpass on Route 59? The answer is that because people will crash their cars into the pylons looking at it and studying it, because they can do that when they can slow their bikes down. They're not going to cause a big giant traffic jam. And that's why, but it's a wonderful exemplar of that kind of work.
Just one more question. I'm assuming that under the Cuomo Bridge, there might be a time when you have to go back and fix things.
Yeah.
Something like this, how long would you expect a mural like this to last at the Pride Center?
To paint the mural.
Once it's done, before you have to start going.
Oh, how long does it last?
Yeah.
A high traffic exterior mural is such as the one on the throughway is expected to last 7 to 10 years. Based on its, UV resistance, it's that one's particular location to the throughway and exhaust and the overpass getting salted in the winter and the salted water running down the mural has aged that mural a little quicker, although it is now surprisingly, I think it's almost 7 years. It's 6 years old. I painted at the very beginning of COVID shutdown, so it's almost 7 years old now. But an exterior mural for a building, typically can have a lifespan of 15 to 20 years. With proper UV, when it's painted properly, when it's primed properly, when the right materials are used and it's properly UV coated, which is what the intention is for the Pride Center. It's a beautiful building. We want the artwork to be long lasting and, quality, last a long time. So, thank you.
That was a great question. Thank you for asking that. Any other questions?
I was just gonna point out, because we have another mural project that's coming up, which is like 3 murals for about the same amount that we're looking at for the one. And I think you've answered, but just confirm the answer is that it's a very large mural. Like it's almost, it's a full, basically building painting.
Can you go back a slide?
Yeah, it's a large, you said it was 3,000 feet or something like 3,000 square feet, something like that.
Almost 4,000.
Almost 4,000. I mean, that's why, and that's why I had that question. You kind of answered. I just want to confirm that's the reason, is that it's just the physical space is very large. Is that at all? That's not an exemplar of what it's gonna look like.
This is not an example of what it's gonna look like. This is an example of the surfaces that will be activated.
Painted, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What it will look like will be determined by the process and the feedback from from the village and the feedback from the Pride Center and, everybody collaborating on the project will determine, what that vision is. And right now, the overall vision is just an epic history of the village of Nyack, in a number of different facets, while at the same time, vibrant and colorful and, uplifting and kind of tapping into, a historical aspect as well as, a vibrational aspect. And, we pinpointed, so the history of Nyack, and all the stories tied into its history. The entire building, was kind of like the vision to really capture these different aspects of its history, while at the same time, there's certain parts of the building that are way more viewable from Main Street and the farmer's market, main part of the village, looking at this angle. Whereas if the building is transformed, there's some prominent, the main wall is, this is the main wall where a lot of story is gonna be told, and then it's gonna wrap around, and then it comes across to the top 2 stories of the building above the Chinese restaurant. That this corner is kind of the most visible angle of the mural from Main Street and most of town. Whereas, the other side is kind of the main canvas. So that was one of the objectives in really viewing the entire building as our canvas.
To get people to keep going down Franklin, to keep shopping, to Carl's store and everything else. You'd wanna see what's on the other side.
You were talking about history and you're talking about stories that are being told. Are they sequentially being told? Or are they being placed in a different, with a different set of considerations?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I like to approach murals in a somewhat non-linear, chronological manner, in which there is an order in which murals can be viewed, but a lot of times since history, the past affects the present, and we're always looking into the future. Like a lot of these things, when we think about the identity of a place, there's there's various aspects of this history happening at the same time. So recently finished a mural in Hudson Square in Lower Manhattan that kind of explored the history of that neighborhood, Hudson Square, which is a newer name that they've deemed this little pocket between Tribeca and the West Village and Soho that they're trying to form their own identity. But that part of the neighborhood also of Lower Manhattan has history, and we kind of explored the different histories of Lower Manhattan from when it was inhabited by the indigenous Lenape to when it was colonized by the Dutch and when it became farmland to an industrial part of the city to post-industrial and like a media hub. So we explore these different eras of Hudson Square in a kind of non-linear fashion where to get a little artistic, positive and negative space interact with each other. So you notice different figures and different aspects of history at different times throughout the mural. So, I mean, the mural is intended to invite investigation. It's intended to invite, inquiry and kind of trying to figure it out. While at the same time, it's also the intention to be not over people's heads, to actually tell actual stories and celebrate some of the important people that are from or, have contributed to Nyack. So really there's many layers, of course, and that's one of the reasons why, we chose to explore transforming the entire building to take the opportunity to tell those stories.
Thanks.
Excellent. Great, thank you very much for your presentation. I think next up we are back with the village for Activate the Waterfront by constructing a restaurant and open space.
This is a very, very exciting project. The work can be divided into 3 kind of chunks. One is the construction of a restaurant building, a modest building for indoor dining with a good sized deck for outdoor dining. The other part is construction of a new small park with benches, trees, and some sort of passive recreational opportunities. The third is re-engineering and replacing parts of the bulkhead wall, which are falling down. Those are the three big parts of the construction. The opportunity exists to provide really a unique restaurant experience right on the waterfront, which we don't have in Nyack, unlike Piermont and other places north and south of Haverstraw. We don't have an actual marina restaurant, which we used to have for many, many years in the form of the River Club. This site is special. There's a niche market opportunity here, not just, and it's certainly most people will be pedestrians coming, walking from Memorial Park, maybe up Main Street, going to the John Greenhouse, so on and so forth, the Fairmont condominiums. The opportunity exists to leverage the boater market a bit here. If we reorganize our marina a bit towards transient docking versus seasonal slip rentals, we can take advantage of the restaurant's location right next to this area where boaters might come in and enjoy Nyack for a little while, have a bite to eat, walk around, and so on. So the project site is really, really special. And it's right at the base of Main Street. It will help drive people between the waterfront and the commercial district up the hill and kind of connect our community in new ways. The village has invested a lot with help from the state and others in improving our waterfront park. There's a new walkway that connects this site across over the pedestrian bridge into the park, new park facilities. More and more people are down there. It's a really lovely experience. And this site remains to be redeveloped. Right now it's just grass and sort of a derelict site. The concept here is for the village to have a request for proposals for interested restaurant managers and builders. We had a real estate study done that Mayor Rand solicited from an expert broker who gave us some preliminary understanding of what the revenue opportunity here is. Judged to be roughly $1.5 million to 2.25 in gross sales per year, with an expected rent to the village of between $100,000 and $135,000 a year, which will really help defray the cost of construction and the debt service associated with this project. The opportunity here really exists to reinvigorate the waterfront, add an element of nightlife, sort of a fun, accessible concession style eatery with lots of outdoor space to enjoy. And so we're very excited about the concept. The village owns this land. It would own the building once it's built. It would forever be a public asset along with the park and the marina structure that would be rebuilt along the way. So that in a nutshell is this project. It would build jobs. It would increase it would be a tourist attraction for regional visitors. And would help to connect up across the waterfront to the main business district. The budget that you're looking at right now involves a significant investment by the village through the general fund and bonding, and a significant ask of the state at $1.25 million. All the work is essentially construction work, there's some design work, some lighting, decking, some outdoor furniture, and sort of furnishing for the restaurant. It's anticipated that the restaurant operator would invest significantly as well as far as interior furnishings and then building out the restaurant as a place that people would like to come. It would have an awning that would go out over the decking so that you'd have some protection from the weather, even for outdoor dining, that kind of picnic style, so picnic tables and an awning. You could sit, look at the marina, look at the Tappan Zee Bridge, see the lights come on at night, enjoy the view, maybe have some light music and some wonderful food. So that's our concept for the waterfront restaurant revitalization.
Any people, how many people you can sit inside?
I did some calculations using AI for that. Let's see if I have this. So the rule of thumb is that you get 12 to 15 square feet per person for a full service restaurant. The indoor seating is 1,250 square feet. So you're looking at about 60 to 90 people, 60 to 90 on the inside. And they're roughly equal the number of people on the outside. And of course, you know, a lot of the details would come out in the design process.
No questions? Yeah.
Yeah, what's the total that the Village of Nyack is asking from this pot of money? So,
Well,
no, I mean, the total, overall total of all projects. Do we have that?
Oh, we don't, but we can do probably a rough calculation if you give us a few minutes. So keep asking other questions.
Andy, let me ask you what we asked the for-profit apartment building people too, which is, if you don't get this from the state, is this going forward anyway?
No,
No, it's really, it'd be a massive undertaking. I think it's also very, very complicated to sell this land because it was designated as a park. So our hands are a bit tied as far as just making a real estate transaction out of it. So it's a difficult problem to solve without support from the state.
Otherwise, it just stays vacant for now.
Otherwise, we'll come up with some kind of process around maybe creating a little more access there. It's just, it requires significant investment. The bulkhead wall is falling down, so that's, you know, between 500,000 and $1 million right there. And then,
Sorry.
Is the intention to build it, then find a tenant, or to find a tenant and then explore the options with the tenants?
It would have, we would be in that conversation with a
Potential tenant.
to make sure the design follows the best possible sort of restaurant experience, expertise for the system.
Any other questions?
But now that you've taken the lighting part, that you're doing it on North and South Broadway and not down to, how are you gonna solve the issue of encouraging folks to connect?
The our belief is that the redevelopment of 65 Main Street, what used to be Baumgart's, which is finally transferred over into an investor's hands. The John Greenhouse, also the Tappan Zee Vista Tidewater project and other improvements along the way will gradually make that walk up or down that hill a very, very different experience than it is right now.
That's good.
And that will help. And having this restaurant as an anchor at the bottom of the hill will really help sort of move that process along as well.
And Brooke, to answer your question, the total amount requested by the village for village projects would be $3,266,000. And that includes the rezoning, the underpass improvement, the waterfront restaurant, branding, marketing, wayfinding, the lighting project, and also includes small project funds.
How much of that is the small project funds? 300,000 for the small project? I think
Correct.
that is separate, because that's really going to individual private projects. So it's really 3 million plus 300,000 for the
Yeah. Yep. All right, any other questions? No, okay, thank you. I'm gonna pause for a second. Are there any project sponsors who have not spoken yet, who have to leave early? No, okay, great. Next up is the renovate the Nyack Center to enhance use of the auditorium.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Frost and I'm joined by Rochelle Burt, who is our vice director and one of our building partners, Rivertown Film, represented by Matthew C. As you all know, Nyack Center has always been more than a community building. It is a heartbeat, it is a haven, it is a launch pad for equity, creativity, and resilience. We provide safe, enriching space for hundreds of children through Camp Nyack, after-school program, breakfast club. We amplify youth, parent, and community voices through our programming. We host transformative events, celebrating our shared history and our future. Our project is to advance critical upgrades to our auditorium. And it is to lay the groundwork for sound and lighting improvements that will elevate our performances, gatherings, and everything happening in the building. So,
as you can see, the idea is to modernize the sound and lighting systems to create professional grade space. We also have these two, as if you know the building, gigantic historic lights on either side of the doors that are going to be expensive to renovate. And so sometimes they're on, sometimes they're not. And they just live in their own little energy world, being on or off. And so we'd obviously like that to be more permanent, as well as to have some lights that would show off the beautiful building and also help brighten that corner. Those are pretty much the main things that we're looking for funding for. We are going to be spending about $153,000. We're asking for $148,000. We have funds that are available to us to use that we can pay for things to reimburse. And basically, the space, creates accessible space for families of all income levels, and it preserves local history. As we are one of the oldest surviving house of worship, 186 years old. We support local artists, educators, nonprofits, community groups, and entrepreneurs through the discounted rates for the building and building use. We encourage intergenerational engagement, drawing diverse residents into the shared experiences at the center. We collaborate with local government, nonprofits, cultural groups, small businesses, a whole variety of people. And as noted in our application, the revenue generated by the building use is reinvested in our programs. So building revenue augments funding for our vital after-school care, food distribution, and family support. And the income generated gives us greater financial resilience and capacity to continue to serve families in this difficult time. Our mission ensures that children have safe, enriching environments after school, families have access to nutritious food, and individuals receive critical support during times of need. So every single dollar that is earned through our building use is reinvested into the heart of Nyack's social infrastructure. Nyack Center's social service programs are essential to the well-being and stability of the Nyack community, and our mission strengthens community connections, reduces hardship, and promotes equity and opportunity for all residents. So that's the project in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people have.
I have just a clarification question.
Yes.
You said that you were requesting 148,000. Are you requesting 148 or 138?
I'm sorry, 138.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I missed
And
it.
that's 10%.
Right, so we have 10,000 that have
Or
been
you're
pledged
providing
by a donor, and 5,000 that has already been awarded for some stage upgrades.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, LPC questions? All right, well, that was easy. Thank you very much.
It's very.
We've all been there.
Okay, next up, we have construct housing and a training facility for the Nyack General Fire Protection Company number 2.
My name is Bob Ventura, member of the board, and a 46-year member of the Nyack Fire Department. In February of this year, the Nyack General Fire Protection Company, which is not for profit, working together with the Nyack Joint Fire District, was able to acquire the former St. Anne's Convent at 136 30th Avenue in Nyack, for the express purpose of creating affordable housing units for volunteer firefighters. Firefighters in Rockland and in Nyack in particular are all volunteer. As the housing costs in the region have continued to rise, the Nyack community, like many, faces the challenge of retaining and attracting volunteer firefighters, which is obviously essential to our public safety here in Nyack. Without access to the affordable housing living options, many volunteers, especially our younger ones, have had to move out of the area. We've had an outmigration of young firefighters over the last 8 years that have moved to places like North and South Carolina and Virginia to work and be able to afford to live. So the express purpose of this acquisition really was to make a strategic investment in the safety and well-being of the entire community by providing this housing opportunity to keep our firefighters here. The challenge that we face is that many of the firefighters are like me.
I've been volunteering in the community for 46 years. Obviously, there's a lifespan to our volunteers, and being able to attract and keep younger members is the big challenge. Many of the ones we have are still living at home with their parents as they look for housing opportunities in Nyack. So what we're looking to do is obviously create, as you see here, 8 housing units in this 3-story building. This building obviously was St. Anne's Convent, traditionally was used for housing of nuns, with the use also of worship space and religious education that took place in the building. Our project would create these housing opportunities to be able to recruit and retain our volunteers, as well as creating a firefighter classroom training center storage for the fire department within the building. We believe that obviously the volunteer firefighter housing encourages economic diversity by fostering the collaboration between public service, local government, and community partners, and it creates affordable living opportunities to support a mix of incomes and backgrounds that helps the Nyack community. We obviously have a history in Nyack. The Nyack Fire Department has been around for 175 years, but it really goes back to 1834 when the Orangetown Fire Company was created in Nyack in 1834. We've had obviously service to the community for a long time, and generations of people that have come through the fire department, and many of them heroes like Wells Crowder and Joe Stack and Harry Wanamaker, people that gave their lives in New York City on 9/11, but were longtime members here supporting the fire service and providing public safety in the community. Obviously, we do attract some regional visitors to the community through firefighter parades, which have a regional reach for firefighters and their families and people who support us. We obviously have the opportunity to generate jobs and employment through keeping these people here. Many of the members of the Nyack Fire Department are people who work for village and local governments, teachers, work in the hospitals and things like that, that support the viability of the village. As you see, the project request is for $950,000. The budget is broken down there, but it really is designed to adapt and reuse this dormitory style building that was once the center of the church community and turn that into an investment in the safety and well-being and the best interest of the residents.
Questions?
What kind of units, what do they look like? Are they like
So it's a
studios?
combination really of a couple of studio apartments and a couple of 1-bedrooms and a couple of 2-bedrooms, hoping that we can keep some of our younger families here as well.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, go.
Forgive my ignorance, but since they're all volunteers, is this would individual people and families be there on a regular, the same family in one apartment? Or is this while they're on duty, they would stay?
No, this would be a living opportunity for them and their family. And in return for that, they would have reduced rents. And with that would come a commitment to responding to 50% of the emergencies and fires that occur, as well as 65% of the meetings and training that go with that. This program has worked pretty well for the Nyack Volunteer Ambulance Corps, who has 5 housing units at the Ambulance Corps building, as well as the Piermont Fire Department, has a 6-unit building in Piermont, where a number of their firefighters, in fact, 2 of their fire chiefs actually reside.
And how many of the firefighters and their families do you think are looking to get a place at this point?
I think we have a number. We've had, more than a dozen young firefighters leave the area and go to these other states to pursue job opportunities and, better cost of living.
Have you gotten a sense of you say you're gonna be doing it by lottery? Does that mean you anticipate there'll be more applicants than apartments in the building?
Yeah, and we kind of base that on what the other community first responder organizations have faced in Nyack and Piermont, where they have sometimes more people wanting to take advantage of these residential units than they have units available.
You purchased the building, right? You built it.
In February.
Okay, and so you're into it for the purchase price of the building, and have you expended any other funds on this so far, or is it's all coming up soon?
Mostly just on the upkeep and some of the stabilization.
And what's the total project cost you anticipate? Forget what the grant is and whatnot, but what's your total to get this thing?
So at this point, we're
People living in
looking at total project cost, not including the purchase price, is 1.175 million.
So that's the total, that's the
cost.
grant, that's the forward request.
is $950 and the total cost right now is estimated at $1.17.
Oh, okay, so it's 80% of the total fund, project cost. And you've got, just, I think there's some concern that the project just might end up being more expensive than that. And what would happen if it did end up being more expensive?
I mean, we're at the point now where, you know, the Nyack General Fire Protection Company has a lease with the Nyack Joint Fire District to provide the training space. So
Okay,
that's, you know.
that's gonna offset some of it,
That's
okay.
gonna offset some of that cost.
Okay. Well, I see you got Kieran, I see you got.
Yeah, Kira Levesque obviously is a retained as the architect.
Yeah.
Don Ferrick obviously has been working.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, so.
With the land use component of this project to make sure we can make it viable.
Yeah, I believe it's true that Rockland is the only all volunteer county in the state.
I think there are probably more, but there's a lot of mixed counties in our area, you know, Orange, Westchester, Dutchess, some of the other ones that do have a mix of professional paid firefighters, but Rockland in the downstate area is one of the ones that has, you know, all volunteer.
Sure. And how are you doing on your volunteer, your numbers? Do you have a sufficient number of volunteers to meet your needs?
So we could use more, you know, we went from a high of like 189 firefighters down to about 95. So the biggest reason for that really is the cost of living.
Could this be for interior firefighters or for the spectrum of
We haven't planned for interior firefighters only, right? Because that's what we need to be able to fight fires.
Yeah.
As everybody saw in June and July, we had
And that's
tragic fires really in Nyack that,
And if this kind of housing is available, that might keep some of those young fellows from, and women too.
Absolutely.
Young folks from going out of state.
and that's really our goal, is to retain these people that we've trained, who come from the community, want to stay in the community, but just can't afford to do it.
Okay, what does the lottery process look like? Is this, do you have to prove that you are fall within a certain income bracket or age?
It's really not income based because we want active volunteer firefighters, so we're gonna look at, you know, their past response to fire calls.
Okay,
Because we're gonna make them, you know, obviously, as part of that opportunity, make 50%. So we want to see where they are, we want to see what experience they have. They have to be an interior firefighter, which is someone who can perform the full functions of a firefighter.
right. And who, when you say we, who is that
So we
body?
work jointly with the fire department and the IHM Fire Protection Company, which is the nonprofit.
And that would be the body that says who can or cannot move in,
Yes.
or who's
That's
eligible
what we're at
rather.
this point.
Just clarify, there's a nonprofit entity that owns the building that's affiliated in some way with the fire department. It's not the fire department itself.
Right. A nonprofit owns the building. We're working with the fire department, obviously, to try to retain and recruit people to keep a sufficient firefighting force.
Okay.
I have a couple questions for what are the proposed rents and how did you determine those rents?
So the rents we really looked at, trying to come up with enough income to meet the needs of what we expect the cost to be, and looking at what the incomes are with the Nyack Ambulance Corps and Piermont Fire Department and others like that, because those have been successful projects. And so we're looking at well below market rents, you know, looking at, I have it in front of me, but I think we put like $1,800, $700 for the different size apartments. Because we, you know, in addition to that low rent, they have to commit a whole lot of time to fighting fires and participating in firefighter operations.
And then I had one other question, which was that when we first presented the project at the last LPC meeting, it was 7 units. And then I think you've been able to find enough space to have another unit, but the budget has stayed the same. So I just want to make sure that there were no budget changes, even though you're adding another unit.
So the space that we added was a studio. In looking at some of the space that we were gonna make part of a 2-bedroom apartment, the architect found that we could do that without engaging in a lot more cost, but creating that additional housing unit that might support one more firefighter.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions from the LPC?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah.
If for some horrible reason, we were to lose our volunteer staffs, the firefighters, is the number 300 million what's anticipated to replace them at this moment in time? Would you have that information?
You know, there's been a number of articles written about the cost throughout New York State being
I'm only
almost
talking about
5 billion.
Rockland.
In Rockland County, 300 million probably is close to what it would cost to pay firefighters at the number of fire departments you have in the county today.
Because everybody is suffering the sort of declines that you mentioned.
They are, and everyone is looking at ways to try to address that problem.
And housing is a big part of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have paint murals in the downtown to reflect Nyack's unique character. So this is Hudson Valley Mural Arts.
Chris Storms, and you see if I can speak for the John Green project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Win.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, nice to meet you. My name is Karen Shovers. I am part of Hudson Valley Mural Arts. Yes.
It's on.
It's on. Thank you. My name is Karen Shovers. I am a part of Hudson Valley Mural Arts. I am one of 3 women who are running this organization. We are a nonprofit organization that has Rockland Community Foundation as our fiscal sponsor. So all donations are tax deductible. We're focused on educating young artists in public art. So it's not just about painting murals, it's about bringing young community members into projects to be able to bring community members into this, to paint murals and do public art. Please pause. And that is pretty much it. Okay. We're doing public art and it's bringing young people into it, and it's about educating them. There's another really big component, which is wellness, and I am a yoga teacher. I've been teaching for 35 years, and so we will also be teaching young people about wellness, how to take care of themselves while they're doing public art, how to work with stress reduction and all those things. And then we also have another member of our team who is going to be teaching young people how to do practice communication skills, so that something I need help with, to really be able to have young people go to business members, to go into the community and learn how to talk to adults and be confident.
If you'd like, I can fill in some of the details.
Okay, please do.
Okay.
Members are not here, so I'm not used to just doing this on my own.
No, totally understandable, no problem. So the project, since we last saw the LPC, there was a question about whether it be 4 or 5 murals. The Hudson Valley Mural Arts has gotten together and done some more thinking about it and has decided to scale back the project somewhat. So it's going to be 3 murals. They have 2 of the sites have already been, they have, agreements with, which is Modern Druid at 60 South Broadway and the Parker at 40 South Franklin Street. And then the third potential one is the DR Pilla building, which you forgot to put the address on here, but do you remember the address?
The corner of Franklin and.
Yes, yes. But it would be the west facing wall. So it would actually be, there's 2 buildings there. So it would actually be kind of that one that doesn't say DR Pilla on it.
That's correct. So it's the wall that as you're coming into town, so it's part of that gateway into Nyack. With hopefully we get that underpass, and then as you come through that underpass, you hit the next kind of visual would be that wall.
So I think there's a gas station there, so it's pretty visible, or no?
No,
Is
it's
it
the Wells Fargo parking lot is right.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, okay. So the project cost has gone down. So it was originally 200,000, but has gone down to, I think we flipped this on the first slide, but anyway, total mural forward request, would be 89,000, and then total mural forward, our total project cost is 94,000. And there was a question from the LPC last time about how much per mural. And so Karen had broken that down for us. It would be for the first two, Modern Druid and the Parker, which are smaller, it would be 12.5 thousand. And then the DR Pillow building would be substantially higher. It would be 67.5 thousand, and it's a much substantially larger wall. So that would be why the cost is so much different. Trying to think if there was anything else from our conversation that to point out. I think those are the essential parts of the project. No? Okay.
So who are,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, who are the artists and who gets to decide, or how will the decision be made of what gets painted?
Okay, that's an excellent question. We're in that process right now. We do have the artist scheduled for the Modern Druid, and that will be Alice Mizrahi. Our hope in general is to be able to find artists, work with artists, and collaborate with muralists in the community, outside of the community. It's Hudson Valley Mural Art, so our vision is not just, we're here to launch here, but our vision is to really expand it all the way down the Hudson. Bless you. And we do have Brian Hart. I don't know if you're familiar with him. We are hoping to have him. He's done some drawings for the Parker wall, which is the south wall.
Yeah. And then, so how will the determination be made on, will it be by the property owner will decide?
So it's a collaboration between the property owner, the nearby businesses. The students will have some small input in terms of they will say if the artist has designed something where there's say like a yellow circle, the students might say, well, we would like this to be purple or gold or something like that. So they will have small, if it makes sense, very small input, but it's generally.
So these would be original designs by muralists that they would come for. Okay, I didn't know if you were tasking them with a specific theme or something.
Well, for instance, we have a couple of sketches that have been done so far. They're just placeholders. We do not have, we're in the middle of a permit process for the murals with the village. And so we still have to get approval from the building owners, like full approval from the neighboring businesses. Everybody has to be a part of the approval process. So as we go through that is gonna possibly change the visual.
Gotcha.
Yes,
How wide an area does nearby encompass?
for Hudson Valley.
No, when you're talking about nearby businesses have to be involved in the
Oh.
approval process.
But the ones that can see it.
Okay,
So like, for instance, at Modern Druid, there across the street is the post office and there's Art Cafe and there's a bunch of other businesses. Marcella is down the street. She would definitely be somebody who would have to say yes or no.
Yeah.
But any marketing funds included in that proposal? So once all those murals are, happening and to market that and really attract people and tourists to see them, is there anything in your proposal about that?
Yeah, so part of the education piece is a lot of what the young people will be doing is social media, Instagramming. There'll be all that kind of outreach that they will be in charge of. The muralist will also be on social media, and we plan to have, as part of our fundraising, our own fundraising is to have a launch party, which will have all kinds of news media there, as well as local organizations and the village, of course, all businesses in the village. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions?
Do any of these sites you've identified have murals already?
No.
Thank you.
And so I should just say that the building owner, Michelle, is of the Modern Druid business. Part of her interest in having this done is also to pull traffic down from, say, if you're at the corner of Main and Broadway and you're looking down the street, because the post office is set back, you can see that corner and it will pull traffic down to South Nyack. And it's like another group was just saying, having murals kind of brings flow to foot flow traffic all throughout the village, and that's, I think, important.
And although I think this question might have been asked last time, so I'm gonna interject from our conversation. One of the questions that the LPC had and that we had was what would happen if one of these sites dropped out? Specifically because the DR Pella building does not have an agreement yet. And Karen had indicated to me that they've been in conversation with other building owners, so that they feel like they have backup plans in case one of these drops out. They feel confident they would be able to have another site come in and they would be able to use up their budget.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Okay, any other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Little Eddie Hopper.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all so much. Thank you, ladies, for doing such a terrific job wrangling all of us. Seriously, I wouldn't want your job, but thank you. I'm Brienne from Maureen's Jazz Cellar, also Maureen's Community Game Stage, which is also a component of the Rockland Community Foundation. Many years ago, I was visiting Canada for my brother's wedding, in which I came across Little Eckert, which was a scavenger hunt that brought families throughout the city. And this kind of idea has been stuck in my mind for a long time. So here it is. It's a creative and wayfinding initiative. A nod to famed local artist Edward Hopper. The Tale of the Tailless Little Eddie Hopper is an interactive children's story that invites families to explore the village of Nyack through the wild and whimsical adventures of the curious little rabbit. The story begins at the footbridge at Nyack's Memorial Park, where you will first meet little Eddie Hopper as a statue and a QR code. The clumsy rabbit born without a tail. As the adventure unfolds, family journey from one cast iron statue to another, following clues and discovering Nyack's charming streets, hidden corners, and vibrant community spirit along the way. This will be a long-standing, fun, family-friendly activity that will be a perfect way to spend the day together by walking, learning, laughing, shopping, eating, and seeing Nyack in a whole new light. The website will be a freestanding website, and websites with such as the Edward Hopper House and Visit Nyack will also provide a link bringing us to our website. So it's on littleeddiehopper.com, we're hoping. For one, my partner in this project can't be here tonight, and I wish she was, because she'd be holding my hand like she has been. But anyway, on the website, we'll have a free printable story and a map available in English and Spanish, downloadable and ready to go, or we can have an immersive audio version, complete with voice actors and original music, in which you can listen along the way. You don't have to have your faces in your phones. Or illustrated softcover book available for purchase as a keepsake. Michael Whitty, the illustrator of The New Yorker, you may have heard of him, and several other publications, has agreed to help me with this project and illustrating a story for us. The little rabbit you saw with help of AI. Make me a cute, chubby rabbit with overalls and a newsboy hat has brought me there, but kind of it's getting there. So this is a work in progress. The key objectives are to encourage families to start parking at the municipal lot down by the river. Complaints are that there's lack of parking in this village. Well, there's plenty of open lots, open spots down by the river, which, starts at the footbridge into Memorial Park. Encourage exploration of local businesses, parks, public spaces. Promote walkability throughout the village. Highlight Nyack's distinctive features. The park, historic library, Nyack Center, South Broadway, North Broadway, the up and down Main Street, Hudson House, the jail, that's part of the story. You'll see he gets into a lot of trouble, ending our way at the Edward Hopper House, the museum center. So, that's it. We are not asking for too much. The majority of the cost is gonna be the cast iron or bronze. I'm weighing out the options there. That cost will include the installation to all of the locations. It's just gonna be a fun, full day. When I was with my family in Canada, my family, started the thing. They spent the entire day stopping for lunch, shopping, ice cream, and then on to the next statue. So it's just, I could see it as a full day for the families who come from far away and say, that sounds like a nice thing to do. Let's go spend a day in Nyack. So keeps the kids happy and therefore keeps the parents happy. So, any questions?
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Do you have any funding secured already for this project?
I don't. I just have no children of my own, so I have whatever I've saved, and I also have my other partner in projects to cover the match, you mean? To cover the match, are you asking Al?
Yeah.
Al?
No, I was just curious if there was any funding secured.
Oh, no, there is not. No. And as I said, this will be a part of our Rockland Community Foundation, Maureen's Community Main Stage, which is gonna be accessible arts for all. We started at that. It's now been approved for have this umbrella under our nonprofit. So we hope to get some fundraising and, again, with tax deductions to go.
Yeah, perfect.
Otherwise, it would be out of pocket.
So I mean, well, first of all, I think there was a piece of that you said, what's the guy's name from?
Whitty.
Thank
Michael
you.
Whitty
I
offered
mean,
to
that's
do
like a
this.
really big deal. So-
Yeah.
So in fact, that this person has said, we're good, I would donate my services to that, so that is in itself probably,
Oh, yes, Michael Whitty has already agreed to do
that's a
this.
huge
actually.
investment.
It's in kind.
Yeah,
That's
that's
huge.
big.
He loves the idea and, he said he would do it. He would
So
do it.
he would be involved in the character design and
And
fabrication
illustration
of the
and
final.
fabrication of the final thing. So each adventure will start, I mean, I have half of the script written. I decided to put it aside and focus on this first. If anybody's interested in reading the script, I'm happy to share it with you. I have a few copies, just so you can set the tone. He's a really adorable character who was born without a tail. It causes him to be clumsy and he gets himself into lots of little trouble. What happens is, and then, as he crosses the footbridge, there's Mama Goose down below. He falls, causes a stir. It's kind of cute. If I had more time tonight, I was planning on, when I emailed to see if I could extend my time a little bit, was reading it out loud. I was gonna cast the mayor as little Eddie Hopper. I was gonna cast Elliot Forrest as Billy the skateboarding beaver. Mama Goose, Marcella, Mama Goose. So I was hoping I could just read like a little snippet to set the tone of the story so you guys could kind of understand.
I think you just did.
Okay, good. I got it in there anyway. And then of course the audio will be done with some music provided by my husband. And so it'll just be fun. You could
For the record, who's yours?
David, but
Last name?
David Higgins.
professional musician. So, but
But a lot of these are all stops that we would take, if my understanding is correctly, like it would bring me to South Broadway, it would bring me.
absolutely,
potentially-
yeah. So Andy, I dragged him along. Thank you for your time, Andy. But we just and Michelle, who I mentioned this idea probably a year and a half ago at one of the Visit Nyack meetings, as just an idea to kind of boost tourism, especially with families. And Michelle Whaling was kind enough to say, I love that idea. Should you ever move forward, please call me. And I did, and she's been really instrumental in helping me move forward. I'm more of the creative type. She's more of the logistic type. So we've become a fast friends and a good team in this. But what was the question?
So it would bring us to different locations.
Oh, yeah. So we found some specific locations that we'd like to go, but it could, I have not gone to every single location and said, would you mind if we put this up front? I talked to Pickwick will be one, and we'll end up with the blessing of the Edward Hopper House, which this entire project has been, I've reached out to them because we are using, he's named after Edward Hopper because he was born in the backyard of the Edward Hopper. You have to read the story to understand, but the final stop will be at the Edward Hopper House. The last statue will be there, and that's where he goes to bed, and that's your day ends with your family. So.
And could it be expanded, like if we have this
This
awesome
could be-
waterfront?
this
that
could
maybe we would add
expand.
that into the story?
Yeah, this could be expanded through the website. We could change it up as we go. The adventures of, so yes, this could be expanded, but that would probably require another $37,000 for another 12 cast iron things, but we could definitely expand upon this for sure. For sure. About 6 to 12, like 12 inches, yeah. Little guys, they're little rabbits, yeah. He's very cute.
I have a question. Would you envision the possibility of the locations ever moving to kind of have a treasure hunt aspect to it? Like maybe one of them is constantly moving or something. So, I mean,
So if they could do it again.
because I haven't experienced this visit you had to a town where they're fixed and people just enjoy the map, but
Right.
I know that Big Red Books recently did a treasure hunt. And some things were kind of hidden, so I was wondering if there was an aspect, a gamification aspect of this.
Yes, well, the initial one is pretty much, it is a gamification aspect of it, where it will be a clues to the next spot. And it'll also be pretty clear-ish, but you'll find them once you're in that area, The question I think you're getting at, and also my concern is once a family does it once, will it interest them to do it again? And that's when we could add components or add little, like the treasure hunt that you guys had, or, we could do flat little Eddie Hopper and. Yeah, well, the little scarves, the one in Canada, they dressed up all the
I
things.
think we might have to,
Yes, good,
I'm
it's more
sorry.
time than I wanted to spend, okay, all right.
Thank you. Next up, we have, Andy, you're back up with, the branding, marketing and wayfinding initiative.
So the basic import of this project is to make Nyack even easier to find if you're a regional tourist or just trying to find an interesting place to go, by doing a better job telling Nyack's story and projecting your brand. Once you're here, to make it easier to get around, to find public parking, to find critical amenities, to navigate from one part of the village to the other, to better understand Nyack Village history, to have state-of-the-art design signage installed. These sort of informational kiosks with directional signs and distances and sort of invitations to move about a bit, to go a little bit further than you might have otherwise gone if you're standing on Main Street somewhere, seeing what's down South Broadway or North Broadway, what's on the waterfront, how long will it take you to get there, things like that. That is the goal. The method is to spend money hiring the best possible consultant to look at the design of our brand and marketing strategy, to talk to us, to interview our local business folks and other civic leaders to understand who we are and try to leverage that as best as possible in the design of the branding and marketing strategy and the actual design and installation of new directional signage to help people move around. It would help to connect up the parts of the village, people move around better, help to drive pedestrian traffic to business, help get people between, say, the waterfront and the Main Street, South Broadway, North Broadway, going up Main Street, up towards the hill a little bit. That kind of connection and cohesion, to have a cohesive, unified look to the village, so that our signage for this directional wayfinding all has a kind of reasonable and attractive appearance. It doesn't seem jumbled or out of date or sort of mixed up. That's the notion in its essence. There are some interesting tools available, as we found out about as we were doing this research. First of all, Nyack is not like other places, and that we have Visit Nyack, which is really a destination marketing outfit. which we should be very proud of and thankful for. We're way beyond many other communities in that respect. There's a lot of work that's gone into understanding our brand and projecting it outwards to the Nyack Tourism Grant and so on. So we have a lot of material to work with. And the idea is to optimize that and kind of weave them together in new ways. One of the tools that we're interested in using is gathering data from the locational data from phone use, using a specialized consultant to do analytics, finding out who's coming to Nyack from where and how long are they spending here and how much money are they spending, and using that information to better understand who we are as a local economy and better understand how and where to place advertisements and project our identity to favor tourism as much as possible. That in a nutshell is our wayfinding and branding project. It divides into different chunks: brand development, design work, the design work, and the actual design and placement of new signage, fabrication and construction costs, and so on. It comes in around $500,000, and the village would be putting up 10% of that to have a match of 10%. Any questions?
Any questions?
I always have at least one. I'm glad you mentioned Visit Nyack, because I think if my friend and colleague Tomas was giving this, it would make sense. Can you explain to me why this is right for the village?
This isn't something that I'm gonna do. This is something that will hire a consultant who will work with Tomas and others like yourself who do tourism promotion work to weave it together in new ways and help us design a sign system to help people move around the village. It's not an Andy Stewart project. I don't have the sort of branding and marketing chops to do that.
If I might, it's an integral part of the DRI projects and the New York Forward projects. If there's a wayfinding.
I mean, there has been a long-standing request, in all different discussions, especially from business owners, that, once people come here, they many times only go to one store, one restaurant they've heard about, but they don't really know where else they can go to find out a little what's going on there. So I think we find this super great thing. But that's an ongoing discussion.
Any other questions? Andy, stay where you are, because this is our last one, which is improve and restore downtown buildings with a small project fund.
I have to say, it's been quite an enjoyable process, kind of going door to door and finding building owners who are participating in this program. This is a program whereby the village would apply on behalf of our community for a fund which could be used as small grants to building owners for improvements that help improve the experience of walking through town, improve the profitability of businesses and so on. The grants would typically range from $25,000 to $75,000. They would be eligible projects would be any capital improvement, things like awnings and facade improvements, windows, doorways, lighting, kitchen equipment, fire suppression, the conversion of rooms upstairs to new residential units, projects which add value to the building, and in my view anyway, should favor making the building more attractive, contributing to the kind of a lively and attractive street pedestrian and streetscape experience. So some of the projects, right now we're collecting letters of interest. With a good stack of letters of interest, we'll have a robust application to the state. If the project is funded, then we'll roll out a formal application process where building owners can apply and get kind of formal cost proposals from architects and contractors and others, and compete for funding through an application process. The goal is to get $300,000. 30,000 of that goes to administrative consultant on the process to help property owners through the application process and the administrative sort of headaches of getting your reimbursements and showing how you spent your money and kind of collecting your receipts and things like that, which we want to make sure are as painless as possible, but need to be done. So we have a level of accountability on this, which is professional and reasonable. The projects I've got so far, I have a building owner on Main Street, a big building with the opportunity to do to repaint it, to put on awnings, to put a mural on it, and to sort of remove some sort of eyesore qualities, and make it a really kind of attractive building. I've got one with a upstairs, a third floor artist studio that they'd like to put a kitchen and bathroom in so that someone could live there and do art, make it into a residential unit. I've got some awnings and some facade improvements, which would help create a more continuous and attractive frontage on Main Street and Broadway. Those are the kinds of projects which are eligible, and I think we're moving towards having a nice handful, probably worth right now, probably $400,000-$500,000 worth of requests.
Who have questions? Can I just ask, can we go through the process by which these will be then evaluated and funded or not funded? Who makes that determination? In other words, what happens from here? If we approve the fund, which this is also a pretty standard, almost like a mandatory part of the forward array of projects. What happens from here if this gets funded for $300,000? I guess it's to you, but also to them.
So if this gets funded, the village would establish a committee that does not include any elected officials. That's a standard rule to receive and evaluate applications. That committee would be assisted by this consultant that Andy referenced in evaluating those applications and determining what's eligible and so forth. And then again, that consultant, as Andy said, would help the property owner and help the village manage the entire administrative purpose or process associated with this.
And the ones that determine which projects get funded and which do not.
This committee would determine which small projects get funded, yes.
And are people in this committee eligible for that committee? Except the elected officials? Not saying that you want extra work, I'm just saying that they'd be eligible.
I don't think that there's anything precluding. I think they typically like to have people that, have architectural design background in some ways, that can evaluate the applications and whether or not they're consistent with.
Here, how you doing, buddy? Don't try to hide.
How's retirement going for you?
Don't play peekaboo with us that we can't see. We can still see you. Object permanence, we have that. That's it? Okay, good. Thank you.
And I will say that to date, the village has received 9 small project fund letters of interest. The interest forms are mandatory by HCR, who is the entity the state entity that would be controlling this process. They have found that they over the years, they have learned from DRIs and New York Forwards that they want to make sure that there's sufficient demand before deciding to award this project. So the village is requesting 300,000. To date, they have the small project fund request of 320,000, but I understand that there are a handful more that are in the pipeline. We have until October 20th to receive those letters of interest. Yes.
Are any of the mural projects that came before us earlier, have any of them also submitted letters?
No, they haven't. That would be kind of double dipping, so it'd be one or the other. If one of the mural projects did not end up being funded through the New York Forward through this New York Forward process, they would be eligible to apply, likely eligible to apply for the small project fund if the small project fund is awarded.
Anything else?
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. I want to say a special thank you to all the project sponsors for staying this late and for speaking. I found these to be really informative, so I hope the LPC did too. The preliminary project list right now, the total project cost totals almost 12.6 million, and the New York Forward request is 7.9 million. So I think we're going to move on to public comment before we have the LPC do the activity. So with that, do we have any public comments? Yes.
My name is Chris Sorensen, and I'm. I'll use the mic. Thank you, Andy. My name is Chris Sorensen. I'm on the board for the John Greenhouse, and I think Wynn did a very good job presenting our project. But I've been unhappy. I should have gotten to you about the slide that you used. And everybody's got things on their mind. I think the slide that you used, gives a bad, signal for what's happening at the John Green House because it makes it look like a horse and buggy or something like that from long ago. I would urge members of the LPC to come over to Main Street and see what's happening at the John Green House. It's dynamic. It's very, very lively. It is an 1819 building being rebuilt with the stones have been taken down and put back. It's very, very exciting. And I think the picture that you've been using doesn't give credit to what's been happening.
The picture that we used was provided by the applicant, so.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay.
I see an internal board for you that you're raising now with us?
No, I was unaware of that. I assumed that there were several pictures and that this one somehow came through. Anyway, I would just say, have a look at this place. What's been happening is very good. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment.
I love that. I'm totally not mad at it.
Hey, Susan, you have anything to say about your board that you're not happy about? You wanna complain about it?
Didn't.
Any other comments from the public? All right, great.
Actually, can I just say one quick thing?
Yeah,
I'm not really a member of the public, but I just want to say this. It was really a wonderful experience being here today, and through this whole process. Because of the applicants, I mean, these are really terrific projects, and I don't know if every New York Forward is like this, but we really did have representation for the projects that were submitted to this board from some of the really most consequential and important people that are in the Village of Nyack and some of the best institutions in the Village of Nyack. It's gonna make this whole process very difficult and very challenging, but to have people here from some of the tentpole organizations that really do lead this community was really extraordinary. It was just great it was wonderful to see Wayne Perry up here. I mean, Wayne Perry was up here and people from the fire department and people from Hopper House and Nyack Center. And I'm gonna leave people out, so I'm not gonna go any further, but virtually everybody up here was somebody that I was proud to have them represent the village with the projects that they brought, just as proud I am of the people that are on the LPC itself and what they represent for the community. So thank you all, and thank you all for being a part of this as well. Thank you. Yeah, you can applaud.
And you should all be very, very pleased that this was very civil.
So far.
You haven't decided anything yet.
You're not all this civil. Just wait.
That comes the Hunger Games.
Nice.
May the odds ever be in your favor.
all right. With that, let's get to the LPC project evaluation activity. So LPC members, you have in your packets, in your folder, a sheet that looks like this, that has starts at the top of the Nyack New York Forward co-benefits. So if you want to pull that out. And this is an exercise just for the LPC, so we ask members of the public and project sponsors to please not take the survey, you will know. So, what we're asking you to do is, this is very similar to the exercise that we did last month, where you'll sign up to Mentimeter and then go project by project. They should be in the same order that your slides follow, so we ordered them the same as what was presented. And if you can go through the whole exercise, again, we're looking at Nyack New York Forward co-benefits, which encourages economic diversity through collaboration, preserves the history of Nyack, has potential to attract regional visitors, increases accessibility and affordability, enhances community connectivity and cohesion, generate new jobs and employment opportunities, and then also catalytic effect criteria. Is this project significant and transformative impact on downtown? Is there potential to attract other private investment?
We don't have that as one of the choices though. Catalytic effects.
You'll see, it should be
That was the next one? Oh, the next thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, good, no, because I gave you mine, but.
Yeah, so there's essentially 2 questions per project. And then once we go through the whole exercise at the end, we'll discuss, we'll go through one by one. Yes, Lindsay.
There's also, if you are recused from a project, there's an option for the co-benefits to press skip.
Yeah.
Cause you can't actually skip the.
Right, so if you need to recuse yourself, if you could just hit when the first prompt comes up, I think it allows you to skip it. The next one, which was for the co-benefits, we just couldn't put a skip in there, but you'll see one of the options is skip. or not applicable, or said something else, you just hit that.
So the first one, I didn't realize that, so.
That's
I
okay.
was thinking, so
That's
I
fine.
can tell you what I scored it later and you can remove one.
Yeah, that's fine. If it ends up being like an issue, we'll let you know.
Fantastic.
Oh, that will be nice. You do my.
So we need the co-benefits in hand. Right,
What's that?
they're numbered 1 through 6, but they're not, that doesn't say what they are, which feet.
Yeah, you have to,
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see progress? I can see that.
Also a reminder that there is some pizza outside, I think, so, yeah, somebody needs to run out and grab something.
For members of the public as well, so please grab some pizza.
So to be expected, I'm getting something that went wrong tonight.
I'm sending you answer.
Here I am.
Okay, and then it just takes you to the next project.
Yes.
So if I've hit skip on one and I get to the multiple choice, I hit skip.
The bottom one.
Not
Not-
blind,
yeah.
so it'll recognize it was a skip, not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe. Sit down, sit down.
Oh, okay.
I'm adopting.
That's it.
This is working.
I love it. It's yeah. I love it. Yeah. We decided to leave it downstairs. Absolutely. Yeah, I have
Because we're all doing it at the same time.
At the same time.
That's just being.
And I'm sure with those. My things don't work as quickly as they should. They don't get as much.
I think it was a outside.
Oh, yeah,
Just give us some, I think we may have got money.
You skip, you submit.
Yes.
So we'll skip the first week because I'm using the second part that we.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Not allowed.
I think if the catalytic effect question. I only got the first 1 through 6. Is there a second? There should be.
Oh, yeah.
Project for any of them.
Same.
Yeah. I only was asked the 1 through 6. I wasn't asked the catalytic effect.
Oh, I wasn't either.
None of them had a. I already submitted.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it would phrase through another round of questions.
First one, what's the first one? Right. That first one. You said, yeah, I'll show you next time.
So these aren't assessed.
This isn't a set, right?
No, there's one question.
Okay,
I thought it was
gonna
gonna be rate from.
Yeah,
from one to-
This one.
Yeah. Yeah, transformative. Yeah, but then it wasn't asked this, then there isn't a second question, right? Oh, no.
I would invest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that first question is the cat.
It's, yeah, catalytic.
Okay.
There you go.
So weird.
Bar chart.
I didn't know.
Yeah, we. But they didn't test us. Maybe we did that for you. See.
No, I had this one, I had some Jack Bill.
That's yours, yeah, we need some sugar.
Gusher? They're very sticky, so.
This is like real nineties. It's so nineties, I can't say no.
I thought these were mid.
That's from the nineties.
I've become addicted to them.
They're so good.
I was not expecting that to be in your pocket.
It's sugar.
I am.
You decide more sugar.
Remember these?
Oh, yeah. I had an endoscopy on Wednesday or last Wednesday. And the first and last thing I said to them, first thing was, I really want some Cheez-Its. I mean, the last thing I said to them was, I really want some Cheez-Its. And I woke up, I go, I could really go for some Cheez-Its, you know? I haven't had Cheez-Its, I don't know, in 10 years.
You got some?
I got some.
Don't deny yourself.
What? I couldn't. They went to get my mother. They were like, your daughter's okay. She really wants some Cheez-Its.
We'll say it.
Yeah. Pasta? Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we also have all those items in our shop too. Black beans and chickpeas and. Yeah. Rice, can you have rice?
You know, there was this thing called fried rice, veggie rice that we were getting. Oh, but you know, the problem, like, I mean, yeah. Paying more attention while cooking.
Yeah.
I just hate getting really like incorporating a little bit. So I even to practice. It just doesn't get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They do. Yeah, it is true. Yeah, that's been a real big issue for me in general, but the places we source from, they're like 30, 40, 100-year old farmers. They're not this year. But they're still small and organic and.
I love it, you know, it's because I love very small. We're small, make finally, we're starting to.
Sorry.
Oh, gosh.
Some more rounds.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 I know.
Yeah.
Why do you serve?
Yeah.
I'm in Queens. I'm
And-
sort of Manhattan, right? I can see right.
Yeah, we have all those pastas and we have an aromatic red rice and a starchy black rice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really, it's different. It's an alternative.
Thank you for coming all the way up every time we meet. I love that. It's not easy, true. Let's do it every day.
Yeah.
Timbali. Well, how possible?
Yeah.
So I'm in a car.
Yeah.
It's really. And I know we have a bus.
Yeah.
To stop. You know the only way to do it. We have a bus that's basically a New Jersey local bus. I do that.
I don't know, I tried to go back. I flipped it up or made my own stuff.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, yeah.
Voted for the hospital and.
Try not to, what you did.
And I tried to go back.
Can't go back. Once you know, you're good.
Yeah.
We'll discount,
Can I discount,
Yeah, that's okay.
how embarrassing.
You know what? Like, I already looked.
I'm gonna call the LPC members back. For LPC members, I think we're gonna get started on the evaluation if you're ready. Everybody back, all right. So again, these are the order in which everything was presented today. So first up is Edward Hopper House Museum and Study Center, expanding programming. And our first question, looks like for transformational and catalytic, scored 4. So pretty good saying that pretty strongly agree that it's transformational. Next one. And we had, I think there was consensus that co-benefits was number 2. Preserves the history of Nyack, and number 3 has potential to attract regional visitors. And maybe number 5, which is enhances community connectivity and cohesion. So the questions, we're gonna do this similar to last time. First, I'm gonna ask the LPC. Do you guys have any questions or comments about the projects? Yeah.
Should leave, right?
Yeah, if you're
Oh,
confused on this,
yes.
yeah, you're gonna step up with discussion.
Sorry, thank you.
That's
for
right.
bringing that up. Yeah, I was gonna forget something.
I mean,
Excuse me.
Go ahead. That's where
You want us to leave this time?
Yeah, I think for this one, yes.
Batson gets to eat pizza.
That's just funny.
Right. All right, LPC members, do you want to talk about this project? So our kind of end goal for each one of these to go through is whether or not you want the project to proceed through to, if the project proceeds, it would go through to the public workshop. And then we would discuss again and evaluate the project again at LPC number 5 for cost effectiveness and public support.
So can we go over that again, just because everybody knows what our posture is right now? Our posture is right now, we're actually passing these through to the next meeting. That's what we're doing. We're not making a financial, not saying, like, should we cut this, should we limit it?
You can eliminate a project now if there's a project that you feel that is not making, it just is not making the cut for what we've asked you to evaluate so far, which would be, last time was whether or not it aligned with goals, and vision and goals. This time it's whether or not it is transformational and also aligns with the LPC's co-benefits. If you feel there's any projects that you just don't feel are there or not going to get there, it is up to you guys to decide if you want to have the project stops, doesn't go through, or if the project continues through the process. There is also at LPC number 5, there's also a chance to refine the list. But again, that would be making the project sponsors kind of like go through. So if there's any.
We could cut a project now,
You can,
but
but
you would not suggest that we start discussing, oh, do we want to cut the amount for this project, or should we have the discussion now?
No, I think you can have both discussions now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we also potentially just look at this, at that initial score, anything,
Yeah.
3 and above? Stays?
Well, yeah, why don't we look at this, can I suggest that we not discuss it in depth, except to say that this is something we want to pass forward? We can go back and talk about because I think it would be good to get a sense of, are there any projects which there's a consensus that should not pass forward?
Yeah.
Sure.
At which point I'll take care of some of the money concerns.
I don't think anybody has brought in sleeping bags.
So should it be, should the determination that?
Yeah, we'll look at the number.
Projects 3 and above stay?
Okay.
Well, let's see what the numbers say. I don't want to put a hard number on it, so let's see. It might be that everything's at 4, maybe grade inflation, everything's at 4, so there's not any differentiation.
Yeah.
We don't know yet.
Okay, so in that case, then I'll just ask first, are there any questions or comments? Does anybody want to have a discussion about this project?
This one, I mean, to your point about how, we can talk about this later, but I think it's also important to know that we did get a priority from her, and that this is the kind of project where we could go, yes, but.
There's an itemization of this, which some of the others don't have the itemization because they're either all or nothing. Like there's no itemization of like the restaurant. You asked Andy, what if we don't give you all, then the restaurant doesn't happen because we need like every dollar to do the restaurant, or like Little Eddie Hopper, it might not happen if there's not the full amount because they need to actually, it's either a go or no go. Whereas this has a list of things, as do some of the other like Elmwood had the same thing, Hopper House had the same thing, the murals, some of them have gradations of work that are being done.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that show of hands, that this should proceed through the next process. Okay. Next up, we have Bill Batson. You can come back in. Can you hear me?
He's back outside listening to.
If he's behind that door, you can't hear.
Yeah.
I heard it.
So who did?
Oh,
Here it comes. Come on. Way in the back. This is extremely.
It's very nice.
You just skip to the next one. Here's for
Oh, okay. Let me get through this one. Okay. Next up is the Fleetway underpass.
Yep.
So this one is 4.1, so pretty strongly agree, it's transformational. And that it hits which of the co-benefits. Kind of is a uneven, but number 5 in particular, enhances community connectivity and cohesion. All right, questions about this project? And show of hands of who wants the project to continue forward. Okay. Next up is construct a second floor expansion with outdoor dining at Moore's Kitchen. This one was slightly less with 3.5 out of 5. So it's more in the somewhere between agree and strongly agree. And in terms of co-benefits, looks like definitely hits number 3, has potential to attract regional visitors. Number 5 enhances community connectivity and cohesion, and number 9, number 6 generates new jobs. We want to talk about this one.
I think I made this point last time that, this is, because it's a private project, it's the one that's most at risk in terms of people saying, well, it's really helping one business. How much does helping one business help the overall community? I would say, I mean, I think I gave it a higher rating than 3. That my feeling on it is that, that we've talked a lot about enhancing that area of the village. Like that's what we're doing, the street lighting. That's why the mural is so important for that area. That, enhancing, having something down there that attracts people. Because I think that the other restaurant was it with, what's the Ferraris? What's the one at the corner? La Fontana, Fontana is going through renovation as well. And so having like kind of a little bit of synergy down there is, even though it's a private project, I think there's public benefits to it. So I would want to keep this one in the hopper to, in the discussion, at least for now. That'd be my vote for that. But I know it's tough because it's a private project and it's a lot of money, and and when we have to make hard choices. So I understand why there's people who might have concerns here.
I echo everything you just said. So I like having my business down there. I do know that we need a lot of investment in advertising that part of town. And having rooftop, hopefully when La Fontana opens up and that terrace opens up again, it'll bring the additional foot traffic that all of our businesses need.
People don't realize how much that area was hurt when South Nyack implemented its change to how you enter the throughway. They used to be, you went down Broadway, now you go down Franklin. And they took a lot of traffic, all that traffic that you would be getting for morning coffee.
I got for 1 week. Literally a week.
Well, you shouldn't have screwed Lonnie. Obviously got her on her bad side and she stuck it to you. It's a tough, and so I do think that's an area. People don't realize how much that area was different when there were a few more hundred, maybe 1,000 cars passing through every day.
I think that although it is significant, or it's important to recognize it's a private project, there were other private projects in the first group that just didn't seem to have the multiplying effect that this did. Like I easily said, I didn't think they should move ahead, but this one I felt that it should. And it's kind of a multiplying effect and then an amplifying effect. And there's a lot of activity going on in that section of the town that will benefit each other, and then also I think will benefit the village as a whole. So I think it would just be a great statement too, to build up and to use rooftops, because they're towns like, that I think there's a couple of towns across the river. I think Irvington has a couple of rooftops, and that could be almost like a thing, like, oh, Nyack there, maybe if 1 or 2 others start, it could create a trend.
And there's no issue, like, we're not gonna find out at the last minute that we can't have a rooftop and a taco at the same time. I'm serious about that, because that happened with the Time Hotel. Remember, we build things and then there's no.
They have the Time Hotel can build a rooftop. They have the right to do that. They have not done it, but they have the right. We approved that last year.
So okay, last year, but I'm just saying.
It had to get approved. They had to get the process approved. But yeah, it's gotten approved.
All right, so
like a state level thing.
It's just a matter of making the investment.
That's it.
So I'd like to do a show of hands of who would like this project to continue through. Okay, next up. Modernize the Elmwood Community Playhouse. This one got a 3.7.
Right.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Joe. I know I should push on the mural. It's too much stuff down.
Oh.
All right, and in terms of co-benefits, we have this one, seems to align most closely with number 3, has potential to attract regional visitors. And number 5, enhances community connectivity and cohesion. Thoughts on this project?
Yes, I mean, they have a very full subscription. It's very difficult for me to get tickets otherwise, right, at Elmwood. I think we would all agree on that. Am I there? Oh, God, I thought I just skipped. Yes, Elmwood. So, yeah, people come, they definitely go. We eat dinner everywhere. And, folks only want people only want to deal with theaters that have the best stuff. I would like to see Elmwood in general, though, maybe open it up a little bit more for other things outside the season. I know that's a big ask, but it would, to have more stages is a gift, not less.
I will say this, I think I thought of this as Elmwood's one of the tentpole organizations, they do a great job. And I sort of look at this one, I've kind of in my head, I've had this and Hopper and Nyack Center, and I think maybe one other in my head as being, they've asked for a number of different upgrades, some of which are infrastructure related and some of which are consumer facing, like lighting and stage and sound and stuff like that. Where I do think that I would vote to keep it in this, and then as we get to the final results, it might be that we'll have to make a priorities list of which of these projects, because this is one of those that we do have. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. It could be some. And you don't want to do that too much for the reason that you want to have an impact here. But I look at it, I say, well, then Nyack Center came in with $150,000 and that's their impact. And, we could put $200,000 or $300,000 into Elmwood and they would have a new lighting and new sound system. And that would be impactful, even if it would not be a new roof, which would be also impactful. But so my vote again would be to pass this forward, keep this going.
Any of these small arts organizations, it would be huge no matter what we gave, to tell you the truth. But this is also in comparison to the last one. I was actually looking at the Moras and trying to figure out, is there any way to break that down? And it probably is not. I think that's an all or nothing.
That's right. That's why that's the difference, is that some of these, it's like they either can get it done or they can't get it done.
Right.
Some of them it's really, think about it, it's almost like there's multiple projects. Some of these have multiple projects within one collective group, and some of them it's like one project and it's up or down, Like John Green is pretty much, we've been doing the masonry and we're not doing the masonry. It's not, you can't do one wall.
They have been.
Yes, they have been, but it's a very slow process. It's taken a long time.
I mean, they're like.
Brick by brick. No, they're literally brick by brick. All right, so what do we want to do? Yeah.
Yeah, so do we want to do, does anybody else have any other comments on this one? Or, no? Okay, so hands up if you want this one to proceed. Okay.
This is the only one, frankly, that's harder for me personally, because I'm sure there's no other money that can be spent to do this. There's so many other good projects. This is the one that I'm not as excited about. Is there anything else that deals with grant for rezoning?
I tell you, my issue with it is that Andy laid out this beautiful vision for it. And then all the money's going to a consultant to lay out a beautiful vision.
Right.
Tell me I'm wrong about that.
No, it's a fair point that this is one of the projects that actually does not, at the end of the day, you don't have something like actually. The way I look at the project is I sort of say, okay, at the end of it, do we have something that doesn't exist now that exists? And that's I think the best. That's the best result. We have something that doesn't exist, and now it exists in the world. And then secondarily, it's like we have something that's good, but we make it great. And then there's sort of the third thing, which is that we either, are we not accomplishing one of the two things? Are we just sort of like making something that's a little bit less or are we, creating something that's not really enough to get it up? Like the problem is that this is $200,000. This project would be a vastly expensive project. This is just the first step. So I can see why people might say, you know what? we can, maybe the village can find another way to, put together. And I'm saying that as someone who, this is my project, but I'm saying I can understand why this is, of the projects, this is the one that you don't, at the end of the day, you don't have like something built.
Right, but in addition to that, I mean, you laid out a vision for me, a year ago about this, and I could see it.
Yeah.
What's this money for?
This is the money to see whether that the vision that we laid out is feasible and can be done. It's the first step toward actually implementing it. I mean, there's a legit reason to do it, which is the first step to do it. But Brooke makes the good point, which is to say that if it's worth doing, we find the money to do it. I mean, I would vote to continue this project because I think it's like, this is one of the things that, of all the projects here, the most transformational project is to redo Uptown.
Yeah.
Is to redo the Gateway and have a whole new residential commercial complex up above 9W. That more than the restaurant is, and I think the restaurant's transformational for the waterfront. But that's the most transformational thing. However, this is just the tiniest step, and that's why people might say it's only a tiny step. Other people might say, well, from long journeys, start with these small steps. So it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just because it feels like the least sexy of all and the least, like, it doesn't, well, from an urban planning, economic development standpoint, I love this because to me, it signals sort of a commitment to like, this is, commitment to that vision.
Right.
Even though, it may be years and years before we see it. Personally, I think it's really important and has the ability to be transformation.
Again, as a business owner downtown, if I'm gonna say my favorites, this is my favorite, and second is the waterfront. And you'll hear me say this a lot right now about how much competition I have right now. And it wouldn't feel so stressful if I felt like there was a solution to the number of feet that are in our downtown every day, not the visitor, just the visitors, but the people living in our downtown. And I can't see how all of our businesses could survive without increased residents, and I don't see it.
Wasn't the shape of the catchment area even drawn to kind of contemplate something of this type, or?
It was, yes, it was.
Because I think, it would be, not that people would even perceive it because there's no tangible at the end, but for the village to place some attention in this part of the community that has been historically somewhat neglected, I think is.
Yeah, I think it's one of the only projects that kind of hits that accessibility, affordability piece.
Yeah,
because
had trouble hitting 4 on. all
yeah,
sides.
same.
I agree.
Oh, wow, we didn't even get to this slide yet, but
Yeah, it's the
yeah.
only one
that's
that's
fine.
strong force.
Yeah.
Well, no, the firehouse.
And the firehouse.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
rarely, twice
Yeah.
as rare out of the number we have.
Well, it's interesting because it scored high on like a lot of these, but yeah.
Well,
but-
3.9 is not a bad score. I mean, it was 3.9 was the overall score. I mean, Hopper was, we haven't had anything above 4 yet. About 4.1 for the underpass, which is interesting because that's also uptown. I will say this, I mean, the one thing that speaks in favor of this is that when I first had this idea 2 years ago and I talked about it with, I don't know, 50 people since then, just random conversations like the one you were referencing, Elliot.
Yeah.
Every one of them have said, oh my God, we should absolutely do that. Like everyone, the people that don't like development like it because it's not downtown development, it's in an area that doesn't have the
I've
crowd.
lived here for 15 years and I've drunk that for 15 years. Every time I come off that.
Every time you come off that overpass, you say, this is gonna be so much nicer. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I just want to clarify my own ignorance about zoning. I guess my question is, I love this idea. Do we need to spend this money for someone to tell us?
No, it's not it's to actually scope out how it would get done.
Yeah.
It's actually plan out.
I'm looking at the details, to update the local zoning code, that you can't do that as a mayor.
Well, I
Yeah.
can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Can you propose it and then we?
No, I can explain some of the process. So some of the process is gonna be community engagement. So to make sure that other, people in the community are on board with this and also to gather ideas as to how to do it. Because you can't just say, we're just gonna amend the zoning code. You have to actually, there's a lot that goes into it in terms of determining your building mass, building height that's allowed, setbacks, Permitted
Affordable housing
uses,
components.
yeah, that's a big one. Special environmental impacts is another one, so the consultant would also help go through the secret process, which rezonings have to go through. So it's a lot more than just writing the code, there's a lot that goes into it.
It's very helpful.
Yeah.
I thought you were the king.
If I can just get all done.
Also,
And-
all
and majestic.
municipalities hire somebody to do it, I think it's very, not all, I should say, but a municipality this size. And also in terms of the budget, as a planning consultant, I did not write the scope for this. And provide, but they did provide, they had another consultant, that had provided like a scope and budget. And this seemed reasonable to me in my capacity doing this professionally, so.
You don't want me done.
You convinced what?
You don't want me done. You don't want me getting my pencil all sharp and Pierre's having a heart attack back there at the idea of me getting my hands dirty with like looking at, all right, what can we do here?
All right, let's do show of hands as to who wants this to move forward.
Sure.
Okay, I think this moves forward.
It was like.
Next up, we have enhanced Broadway commercial corridor with lighting, which had a 3.7. And in terms of co-benefits, looks like most closely aligns number 5, enhances community connectivity and cohesion.
Oh, can you go back when I just missed the number?
There's a 3.7.
3.7.
All right, thoughts about this project?
This is one of the all or nothing projects. It's either you do all the lights or you don't do any of the lights. You don't do some of the lights and then piss off half the people on the outside of Broadway. Should cut the sidewalk. There's a sidewalk element to it. It's like $100 grand.
Any comments? All right, why don't we just do show of hands? Who would like this to move forward? Okay.
I mean, we're not supposed to be doing math in our head to get to our number, we're just,
No,
whether we
just-
like it or not, is basically where.
We're seeing if we can call anything at this point.
I bet,
Now we have to make
yeah.
hard decisions next meeting.
Got you.
John Greenhouse, did we have
Right.
anybody who had to recuse themselves from John Greenhouse or no? No, okay.
Anyway, I'm the principal.
John Greenhouse got a 3.2. And most closely aligned, no surprise, with preserves the history of Nyack, but also has potential to attract regional visitors. You guys wanna discuss this one?
All right, jobs.
Any discussion? So show of hands or?
Well, it's another tough one because I'm reading the room and the reason it's tough is because it's not a huge impact. It's not like a big ticket impact, but it's a lot of money. But I would say this, with the emphasis we're putting on the waterfront, like finishing that project would be a good thing. It would be a good thing to finish that project because there would be a good historical aspect to what we're doing with the waterfront.
I don't know how we break this down. I mean, to me, it's actually funny. Like, I vote for the south wall.
Say this is an all or nothing one.
It needs all 4 walls, as most buildings do.
I don't know,
Right?
I mean, people know Wynn, but Wynn was one of the first people to kind of salvage the Opera House when it was about to. Not only, it was never at the state that the John Greenhouse was, but it was about to get sold and torn down and condos were about to be built there, so it's got a good track record.
He does,
Hmm.
on all things, yeah.
For that alone. All right, well, for that alone. Let's vote.
Can we raise more money? Can we get more money? No.
Sorry, no.
Ask the state for $7 million.
One of the things that you might want to establish, is there a minimum below which you don't want to go? So if it's below 3.5, you don't move it forward. As an example. I mean, we have 16 projects, they can't all move forward. Reality is, you're not gonna be able to save $1.5 million cutting a little bit here and a little bit there.
Yeah.
I mean, I went through the exercise while it was going on. I took $500,000 out of private and $1 million out of public. That doesn't work. So I think that maybe 3.5 is a reasonable cutoff.
Well, we haven't come to anything less than that so far, so.
This is the first time we got something less.
Right, first one.
Interesting.
I'd like to keep it because I'd like to continue to discuss it.
Okay.
That's all I would say is that I have,
So again,
this has attracted a lot of attention, a lot of investment. Like John Green has been a big project for several years here to move this along. I feel like I'm speaking in favor of all of them because they're all wonderful. So it's like tough.
But Al's given us some good criteria, so we can revisit it, right? Just because we move something ahead doesn't mean.
Yeah, we can get to the end and then vote.
well, we can lower that just instead of 3.2 to 3.
To 3, if we got anything below 3.
And then we're there, anything below 3.
I mean, I think this grading is actually very useful because it is a way for us to semi-anonymously give an impression, which, you know, we're all speaking as well of this, but obviously there were people that gave it lower scores in terms of to end up at a 3.2. There were people that gave it less than 3. And I think I mean, I understand why. It's not the biggest bang for the buck in terms of what the amount of money that's involved. But I think I'd rather not cut it at this point. That'd be my point. I'd rather continue to have it in the conversation.
Let's leave that for the full LPC.
Yeah, right, that's your choice.
Show of hands of who would like this to continue forward. Okay, so we have majority. So to move forward. All right, so next up is Angel Nyack, and I feel like we have some recusals here. Okay.
Pizza.
Pizza time.
Ellie
Let's
gets
just go
pizza
over.
every time he recuses.
Yes, he's never even heard of the Angel Nyack.
I think it's safe to say with that score that we all just
Yeah.
say, we'll talk about it next time.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
4.8, and I'm guessing this next slide is gonna, so this is, I think this hits on, most of them, so we'll do, unless anybody has anything really big to say. No, okay, so show of hands if this one proceeds. No,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
okay. All right, Elliot and Thomas, you guys can come back in. Okay, this one is the Rockland County Pride Center mural, and this one 4.3. And seems to hit number 1, 2, 3, and 5.
It's $90,000. That's why it's easy. I mean, if this was an 800, this is like what with the John Green. If this was a $700,000 item, this would be a tough one to say. We're going to put a mural up for $700,000, but it's $90,000, and it has a lot of impact, I think, for that amount of money.
And so, raise a show of hands. All right. Brooke, you can come back in. All right, I think this is,
Right.
I think this is an easy one. This is the restaurant, which is 4.9. I think might be our highest score yet. And in terms of,
Good job,
looks like, currently hits number 3 with attracting regional visitors. Number 5 enhances community connectivity and cohesion and generates jobs.
Yep.
I think this one, show of hands, if this one proceeds, okay. Next up is the training facility, is the fire department housing.
Oh.
No.
Oh, sorry, I skipped over one, my bad. This is renovate the Nyack Center to enhance use of the auditorium, and this one, 4.0.
Yep.
And this one seems to hit most of them, particularly number 3, potential to attract regional visitors. And also some of the other ones. Any thoughts on this one?
It's the OG space, right? It's the original stage space. Since we have that stage is dangerous. Please let us fix it, because one of us is 1000% going through in this room. We all know what that stage looks like. That's what I'm gonna say. Praise.
All right, show of hands and whether this project goes
And the
through.
bell. I wanna ring the bell again.
Okay.
Oh, man. That would be me.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Elliot, you can come back in.
So we in the bell tower once from the bell.
We are having our holiday event at the night.
On December 7th, we expect you all.
Okay, so this one is construct housing and a training facility for the Nyack General Fire Protection Company. This one 4.5. And this one hits a lot of them as well, encourages economic diversity through collaboration. Number 4, increases accessibility and affordability. 5 and 6, which is generating jobs and employment opportunities. Discussion on this one?
What was the first number? What's that?
Oh, number 1. Oh, no, 4.5.
Thank you.
This is like the only project that addresses
Housing.
so it's foolish to say no.
Housing volunteer.
Yeah.
All right, show of hands as to whether or not this one moves through. Okay. All right, next up is paint murals in the downtown. This one has 3.5. And this one looks like most closely aligns with number 1, encourages economic diversity through collaboration, and number 5, which is enhances community connectivity and cohesion. Did we have anybody that was had to recuse themselves? So we do have 2 on this one that doesn't say did not align with any of these. I just think is interesting. Anybody want to talk about this one?
I'm sorry, I'll just say it. I don't love that I don't really understand what the process is, who gets to pick what goes on the wall. And I know that murals is gonna be new in general, obviously, coming up for the village. But like, is it gonna be, like she said, it might be up to the business owner. So what if they have something that we don't like on there? What if it doesn't align with our values as a village? But
It would have to go through the committee, the village committee.
The village board has to approve up or down.
Yeah.
The all murals, the way that like signs have to get approved.
Okay.
That was a change that we made in the law last year to basically make sure that we don't, the board doesn't get to say, well, change that color to turquoise, but they do get to say,
we're not doing that.
yeah, this is, you know,
I think
not
that-
appropriate.
I think it's the building owner that has the greatest weight into what goes on with the building.
Yeah.
The benefit. I kind of don't understand just the number, like why 5, then why 3? Because obviously, that's the thing I don't.
Potentially are creating a fund that is for murals. Or small project murals, seem better suited to me
Small project fund, you're saying.
to put them in small project fund.
I mean, that's a possibility, there's that.
Where that question could be answered and say.
Because then you can take them one at a time.
Yes.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Murals was part of that. The word was on that for the small projects fund, right?
You could decide that this would,
Recommend.
that this, you could recommend it for the small project fund and not recommend it for New York Forward funding. We can't recommend it for both, but you could pick.
Correct.
You could pick the other one. It would, these projects would be, as I understand them right now, they would technically be eligible for a small project fund.
Will not recommend it for it, allow them to apply for that.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
I would personally go with that. As a small project, 1 by 1, because it doesn't feel like anything is actually planned or cohesive. Nor do we have any assurances from any building owners that yes, they will go through this process and then doesn't happen, and then we have.
2 out of 3 agreed.
But agreed.
Yeah.
What does that look like? And
Yeah.
then we get this one of those
They do
projects.
have letters of commitment from 2 of them, and they would be required to go through the village process. So
Yeah,
they
whether-
wouldn't be able to do it without that.
Whether it goes through here or whether it goes through the small project fund, it's going through the same vetting process of the mural and then the public art, what's it called, the public art committee?
Yeah.
And then ultimately the village board. But I mean, the whole point is not to, these are artists, the artists should have ability to do art. And
But location could be key, meaning you're
Yeah.
doing potentially a wayfinding program. And so how do we know that these that are selected don't match into the bigger wayfinding? The location potentially should be decided by the committee that reviews the proposal in the, the small fund. Because they're just selecting locations. It might not be the best locations.
That's true.
I mean, I'm trying to respect the kind of artistic process and the vision. My questions are mostly procedural. Like, why is there a proposal where there's not a letter? Like, why was that included?
I think there was one location where they don't have a letter, but they've been in communication, so it's not random, they've been in communication.
They're pretty
with-
far along.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
pretty far
so
along.
they don't have the letter yet, but they're far along enough in communication
Right.
with that building owner. It's not a guarantee, but they are having lots of discussions with them.
I think this started 2 years ago and the 5, from what I remember, and so maybe it's bad information, was they identified potential walls that murals can go on. And then they had to get approval from the building owners, right?
What
So I
about
think
the
that's how they got
architecture
down.
review?
What's
So,
that?
the approval started.
It's not ARB review, it's that.
It's
now
It's the
It goes
building
to the
owner.
artist group, goes to the artists,
Yeah.
the art, public art committee. And goes to.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
Kristen.
did we, how are we getting past that, the ARB,
The village board passed a resolution that makes murals exempt from ARB review. That makes them reviewed by the Public Art Commission committee and then by the village board.
Oh,
Chris Burns.
okay. I think it would be wonderful if we had more murals and.
I think murals were one of the core points of the original proposal that we made to the state.
Right.
That's one of the things I would say is important, is that the murals were important. I would say that, this is not one of the numbers that moves the needle in terms of the amount of money involved. I think there's some conceptual challenge some of you might have with it. My feeling is that, I could see giving the money for the 2 that they have the signed things for and saying, well, we're not gonna approve it, that we're not giving you an open fund that just go find places, but you have two locations, you've already gotten these approved, you got the buildings.
Yes.
We'll approve those 2 locations. I can see doing that, which would be
They
like
also could make a
50,000.
strong candidate for this.
And then the other one, they could apply to the fund. Yeah, they could say, well, for the third one, we'll go to the small project fund.
And then one thing
Or all 3.
One thing just to keep in mind from the small project fund, because the small project fund is for murals such as this, but would also encompass facade improvements and things like kitchen upgrades, things like that. So you're, in a sense, it could be, if you're adding more murals to it, it's kind of diluting that fund because they're
We're not recommending it, we're allowing them to apply for it.
Right,
So
right,
that
right, right,
committee would have to ultimately decide
Right.
what's the best use of the funds.
This is not the biggest budget of all these things. I just have one small point about what they put up into their budget here. Those of us who have received. Oh, wait, this is the NIAC tourism rec. This is right there, and that would provide food. Is that, or is that all it's marketing too? Yeah, so I would ask them why feeding the activists, the artists is under the NIAC tourism brand.
Well, I think it was the students. I think it would be in collaboration with because they have an educational component to it, so it would be providing like snacks to the students for showing up after school to help assist with the mural on weekends.
Right, but you can't use that money for that, is what I'm saying.
Right, I think that would be part of what they would have to provide themselves as opposed to the state providing. Yep. All right, let's see, show of hands of who would like this project to proceed as a New York Forward project. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then who would like it to go through, who would like to not recommend that it go through? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think we have majority says that this project will go through as a New York Forward project rather than the small project fund. Okay. Next up is Lily Hubbard. Thanks, Brianne.
The other door.
And this one received a 3.8. And seems to hit quite a bit, but most especially number 3 has potential to attract regional visitors, and number 5 enhances community connectivity and cohesion. Discussion? No?
I would, the only thing about this is a project that could be rolled into wayfinding as well. Just simply because it's in line with the wayfinding purpose, which is to create ways of people getting around the village and marketing and stuff like that. It's not a lot of money. It's a very clever idea. I mean, it reminds me of when you go to Epcot and they try to direct you around the park by having little things that kids love doing, that like little search and treasure hunt type stuff. And I could see it being really cute, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it already so far. Then my only thing would be that it could go into wayfinding, but it's also not, again, it's not an amount that's moving the needle that much one way or the other. Like, we're not gonna get to our number by cutting this. We're gonna get to our, by the $40,000 that we're getting saved by this.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't, I hope, since I had to recuse myself for the Hopper House, this isn't violating that wall, but when Visit Nyack first got together, there was the early focus groups, and it began the process of increasing the brand recognition of Nyack and Hopper, kind of putting them together, and like to understanding how wildly popular Hopper is. This is kind of hard to comprehend. Like an advertising agency did the most popular painting in America, and it's the Nighthawks painting. And in London, when the Tate has their big exhibits, the only person who gets more people than Hopper is Picasso. So it's like, I think, beneficial, whether it's wayfinding or, you know, near forward. I think it's just good for all of these, you know, categories of benefit to, not all of them, but I think it will have a lot of, once again, I think it's a multiplier.
So let's see, show of hands if we would like this to move forward as a newer forward project. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think we have a majority. All right, Brianne, you can come back in. Okay. Okay, next up is branding, marketing, and wayfinding. We have 4.4, and it looks like it most closely aligns with number 3 and certainly with number 5. Thoughts about this one? Right. Yeah. Raise hands for who wants this one to move forward. Okay.
I would point out, this is one of the ones where you can, the numbers might, we could work on the numbers if we need to get ourselves cutting down to a budget number.
Oh, great.
Next one is small project fund. We have 2 recusals on this one, so Brianne and Marcella.
Not voting. Great.
I think this one might be quick. This is a 4.8 and checks almost all the boxes. So thoughts on this one?
This is a cornucopia now. Yet to be completely defined projects. Do I understand that right?
Yep. So far, like the letters of interest that have been received, again, there is still more that will come in. They've mostly been smaller amounts. So in the like $30,000 range, some more. A couple of them are larger, some of them are smaller. But I think that's probably about the range that they've been coming in, and it's mostly for facade. I think there's like a couple outliers on that. I think there's one that might have been for interior work, but most of it is for building facade improvements.
Susan, how many DRIs don't have a small project fund percentage?
I can only think of 2 DRs I've worked on that don't.
Out of how many?
Out of 9.
Oh, okay. I thought there's like this is in almost all the DRIs that I looked at when I was studying them for our application. There's always a small project aspect to it.
There is. I mean, I think one of the notes that Jill has noted is like, the reason we do letters of interest is because it's been hard to spend down those funds. Like, there is a process that property owners have to go through. They have to go through, historic review, environmental review. If they may have to do, asbestos testing, depending on the age of the building. So there is a process. It is an administrative process, which is why we have funds for it, and I think that that can be sometimes intimidating to small property owners. So just want to raise that like for some communities, I think it's not gone through that. I think that's one of the issues that they've been like, we just can't bear the burden of this. But just for your awareness, like that has been one of the challenges historically. That's part of why we're trying to build interest in it now, so that there is, interest when it's in.
Yeah, we had a chamber networking social last week and Andy came and gave a presentation and we had a good number of people there, like maybe 30, 35, a lot of business owners. And I mean, obviously it's not free money, it's a process and everything, but I was surprised that, like, did anything come out of that? Did anybody track you down or call you the next day?
Every application I had pretty much I recruited, but they're all really good.
Yeah, like we've included it in several weed blasts and we have that, so I think, it's not part buy-in.
All right, any other comments? Let's see, show of hands if this should go through. Okay.
So we really cut a lot today.
Do
We
you
really
guys,
got down, we did so good last time, we got cut down, it's not.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, good.
So I'm sort of the interloper. I'm not part of the.
Brand and Marcella can come back in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not part of the group from NIAID. I'm really impressed at how much you support each other. Really is a very cohesive group, and you seem to care about each other. From this point, in my experience, I'm here because the state said, Samuel, why don't you sit there? It gets tougher. And emotions become more difficult to deal with. So I just shared that with you because I can see how much you all care for each other.
Thank you.
And
Just putting on the, sharpening the pencils. If we accepted everything that was submitted at this point, we're at 7.9 million. We need to cut at least 1.5 million. At the next meeting.
You don't.
We don't, we can give, well, but then we're leaving all the decisions up to the state. Then we're not making the decision, we're leaving it up to the state, and the state could decide. The projects that we think are 3.5s, they might think are 5s. And so we have to figure out we have to do that by we have the next meeting, when's the next meeting?
November 5th.
November 5th, so between now and November 5th, we have to think about. Whether there are projects that we cut entirely, are there projects that get cut back? People might want to go and make their own, looking at each one. I will send out the spreadsheet and send everybody, here's the spreadsheet and here's the numbers. And if you want to kind of come up with your own budget, and then we'll discuss it next time, because that's what the next meeting is about, right? We're not doing presentations next time. We're just going through and we're gonna have to go through project by project. Is that what we're doing?
Correct. I would say if there's any that you're considering cutting the budget, I would prefer that you do it now. Because the next meeting is hopefully the last LPC meeting. In which case we won't have time to go back to the project sponsors and say, are you willing to do this? Because some project sponsors may say, we've had this happen in previous rounds where the LPC has said, we like your project, but would you consider lowering the price and the near forward request? And some project sponsors might come back and say no, because they don't have they can't carry out the rest of the project without it, so.
Can we just do a request into them now and say?
Yeah, if you guys request that now, we can go back to them and then we'll get back to you guys with an answer of what they
I
say.
just don't think we can do that now, but we can do that in the interim between now and the next meeting if we can work offline.
No,
Can we work outside the contours of this meeting? Can we exchange emails with you?
I mean, you all can send questions about particular projects, but no decision making or anything can occur. At that time, so I don't want a decision to say, well, we want to talk to these projects to happen outside of this meeting.
Do you think we could take another half hour and say, hey, project A, can you cut it down?
Well, you wouldn't have.
But can we
I mean, I think that's the question. Can you reach out on behalf of the committee and say we're considering?
Yeah, we just need to know.
We have to decide that now. then.
Well, I mean, let's say all of them have made to the next round.
Well, I think some of them, I think some of them we're not really thinking about cutting
That right.
Well,
them
but
down.
back to the, more likely to be
And
no.
I can write down a list of the ones that I think are.
Well, we can kind of go through, I have a list in front of me, we can just kind of go through and say what. Oh, yeah, do you want to pull up the preliminary project one? The full list,
Oh, the.
yeah. And we can just do it quick, because some of these we know were kind of flagged for further discussion, so. I think construct housing and a training facility for the Nyack General Fire Department. Is that one that you wanna consider either revisiting or reducing the budget? I think honestly, they won't be able to, if you cut the budget, they won't be able to do it.
I think that's a,
Next one is modernize the Elmwood Community Playhouse.
Now, he did say that there was a priority list.
There is a priority list. Yeah,
Yes. Oh, they're in the room, sorry.
I'm in the room.
But if there's a, so yes, we could say yes to that?
yeah, I think you're fine, yeah.
So when you go to them, you go, I mean, do we need to pick a percentage? Can you knock it down by 25 or?
Are there any particular elements to this project that you would prefer not to fund? So this one, we can go back to the slide. This is for Elmwood.
Yeah, I remember.
And so the parts of their budget, I think they had said that they would prioritize the mural, the roof above, they had in their full breakdown. The breakdown here, I think we have roof all as one, but we have back in the office, they submitted a breakdown of particular roof sections. So they said they would prioritize the mural, the roof above, the furniture, and the sound and lights. So I think, let's see.
Let's go back to them, since he did actually offer that to us when he spoke.
We can definitely, I can support, we can
Great.
definitely break it down more.
So the LPC would like to request that the project sponsor goes back and reduces their request.
To fulfill their priority items.
For Elmwood, yes?
Yes.
Okay, show of hands for that? Okay. Thank you.
Those are the main two.
All right. Next up on our list is the Edward Hopper House Museum and Study Center.
Is there any part of it that you remember that could?
Yeah, they said, so they had 4 distinct elements. There's the shutters on in some of the facade work. Yeah, Edward Hopper House. So that's number 1. Number 2 was, and I think that was their biggest priority. Number 2 is the garden, and I think that was also a big priority. And then slightly lower in their priority was the lab. And then they also had a building facade study, which I'm not sure if the shutters could go through without that. So then we'd have to ask them that.
I think that's I think that. I mean, these are both organizations that I love, but they're both organizations that came in with $600,000 to $700,000 of work, which is itemized for different projects within that scope. And so I think with both Hopper and Elmwood, we go back and we say, you know, what's the biggest priority, biggest item that you think that, you know, you prioritize for us? I mean, I think we do with both of them. I would do with the Nyack Center, but the Nyack Center is only asking for $150,000, so they've already done that. They've already really come to us.
Yeah, 138.
Everyone's correcting my math today.
Just for scale, the Edward Hopper House, their number 1 priority was the exterior windows, and that would be $276,000. The theater was next, $244,000. The art lab was the one that was maybe a lower priority, was only $64,000, and then the existing conditions report was.
Which I'm not sure how that fit into, that seemed like a compliance thing.
$58,000 for that. So the project would still be 500, a little over 500,000.
If you did their top 2 priorities.
What's their total request right now?
Total request is 610,000.
That's why I'm asking about a percentage drop, because what if we said, I mean, if they could do the windows, but not get the relighting in the garden, you know, if they literally, that was their choice, I'm guessing they would say yes.
I mean, you can ask them for that. We've done that before where we've said the LPC likes your project, but they only want to fund X number of dollars for it. Can you make that work? So that is something you could do. What do people feel about that?
I mean, I don't blame any of these people for putting all they can in there, you know?
Right.
But I think push is coming to shove here.
So for this one, what would you recommend a certain dollar amount or just items? What do you want to recommend?
I would say give them the opportunity to prioritize for themselves.
Yeah.
And then say, but we need we're gonna budget X amount. And so, resubmit for this amount. The question is, what's that amount gonna be?
Right.
I mean, I just did the, off the
Can
top.
you go to the slide that has this is the Edward Hopper House, the budget slide?
Because I think they're in a better position to decide what they should get, what they need, what they want to prioritize, rather than us making, because I don't necessarily need to make, I think all those projects seem to be worthwhile, unless we were to say, interior changes, we're not gonna approve any of them, it's all gotta be consumer facing, light, sound, the garden, Elmwood was doing light and sound and outside mural, stuff like that, as opposed to, the Hopper had the, whatever the room, the painting room or whatever. Yeah, the art lab, like that's not gonna have an impact to the community at large. So like I could see saying, we're not gonna fund that, we'll fund this amount for the other projects, decide which ones you wanna prioritize. I mean, we could, I mean, if we could, I mean, I hate to put anybody on the block, but like,
Well, then
They
you have to
came-
ask yourself, is this question transformative enough if you're breaking it down that much?
Yeah.
which,
Do you have a rough estimate of the projects that we voted for, say, 4.5 and above, what that total amount is? Because the reality is, I get 4.5 million. I get 6 million. I get 8 million, and 4.5 million. And if our top projects are already in excess of 4.5 million, it's getting cut anyway. And not by us.
we either do the cuts or the cuts are gonna get made.
The cuts are coming anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna end up with 4.5 million.
Yeah, and please don't let the state make the cuts, like, this.
Yeah, that's our job, that's our job, to make the hard decisions, and I think that, you don't want to put anybody under the knife, but like, we have 7.9 million of legitimate requests, and there's not, anything we cut is gonna be.
Well, and even if we come in at 6 million, not getting 6 million.
I know, we're still not getting 6, but we can't give them 4.5, like, we have to give them 6 to 6.5.
I said that, but I'm just curious how much was.
We might save friendships if we let the state decide.
Yeah, that's true, we could punch it out to them, but I think that's not responsible, I think we gotta take the hits.
Yeah.
Just,
And limit their discretion.
The state cuts complete projects, they don't say, just give 80% to this or 70% to that, but.
Generally, the rule is they cut full projects,
Yeah.
except for maybe the last one that's coming up. So maybe the last project is 300,000, there's only, we're at 4.4. Then that project could potentially get 100,000, maybe it can't happen, then there's a conversation about reallocation. But I have seen occasional instances where a couple of projects have been underfunded, but that's usually like because they've received additional state grant funds from another source.
Not just on sui sponte on their own.
Right.
So would it be reasonable to go back and ask them for a 50% reduction, or is that outrageous? Joe, or anybody?
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I mean, I'm just looking at what everybody else is requesting for other nonprofits.
Right.
We gotta make it, we're trying to make this work for as many people and that general impact.
And I think the larger point is to say that there are discrete projects that if they'd come in with we just wanna do if Hopper come in and said, we just wanna do the garden, we'd say, that's freaking awesome, $250,000, you got it.
Yeah.
But they came in with $700,000 for like 4 projects, and they're all worthwhile, but the point is, so are the other things that we're not getting to. And we haven't gotten to the public ones, there's money in the public ones that we should be prepared to cut back on. Andy, you should leave the room. So you don't have to hear me throw you under the bus. But I think saying to, if we think about, we're trying to cut 1.5. If we can do 250 here, 250 there.
Yeah.
That starts to add up. We get a project that we might say, we want to think about a little bit more, but it might go out entirely in the next iteration. I mean, there are a couple projects that were under 4 that they're borderline. They're either, we're gonna cut them, or they might get cut by the state.
These guys also, these projects that we're asking to cut also have to understand.
That doesn't mean they're getting it.
Still cut.
Right.
Right.
Stan might still say, you know, we're not gonna do the Hopper House stage or whatever it is that they could all, we're not guaranteeing anything. We're just saying that to get to the next stage, we gotta get this number down.
Move forward.
Well, that begs to question why we wouldn't come in a little bit above and let the state decide, because if there were something to be disqualified from their criteria, then.
You understand? We're going to do that no matter what.
Yeah, I know that.
Coming
I
in
know,
at
but the
6.5.
fear is, we're coming in at 6.5, we're still trying to bring that down.
Yeah, we're almost at 8.
We're at 8, we gotta get to 6.5.
I understand.
Once we get to 6.5, we give that to the state and the state decides what to
If you wanna
cut.
get to 6.5, you have to actually cut full projects.
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
I understand.
We can't make
I know.
exactly, I just wanna make that clear.
We can't nickel, there's only there's only 4 projects, maybe 5 projects that we can take 6 figures out of that would be meaningful and still the projects would have viability.
Right.
You know, I mean, so so I would say Hopper and Elmwood, just simply because they have a number of projects they collectively put into it and they gotta prioritize and figure out what they want. I wouldn't say that about the center, because the Nyack Center, because their request isn't that much.
Let's pause here for a second and just do temperature check. I think the 2 questions that I have for just Edward Hopper, since we're right there, is does the project move forward? Or is there anybody who would like the project to not move forward would be one question. And then the other question would be, who would like the project to move forward, but at did you say like maybe a 50% reduction, but you guys can decide another amount. So I'll ask that question first. I would like the project to move forward, but we ask them for a reduction. Okay, and then what do you want that reduction to be?
What's the request?
It could be either elemental, so to take out certain elements. Or it could be if you want to let them decide and figure that out, you can say, reduce it by X%. Or no more than 200,000, or what, I'm just making that up, or whatever.
I would say cut it to 300,000. Half.
What they'll do is go back and decide whether they want the windows or the garden.
Yes.
If it's
Right.
300, then that's their priority.
That's their part.
Yeah.
That's right. And I think that's a fair choice to make.
Yeah. So going down to 300,000, yeah, show of hands.
Make sure they know that that's still not a guarantee.
Oh, yeah. And then, because you guys had mentioned Elmwood in the same boat, do you want to also ask Elmwood to go down to a specific number? Elmwood.
Their ask was 482.
What's that? Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, we should be consistent.
Just
with
be
the
consistent,
percentage.
yeah.
Total amount or the percentage?
Same percentage.
No, the problem is then you're rewarding people for asking for more by cutting them less, as opposed to saying, well, you know, they're both in similar lines, like they
Well,
both do. Hopper's house is probably good more.
That's just to get to the next round, Joe. That doesn't mean we're still gonna
I understand.
put it through.
All right, their request was for 500, right?
482.
Oh, that's the original request was for 500. I'm sorry.
And what- I cannot even see that, but
It's the lighting stuff, the roof replacement, the HVAC.
so if it was half,
Exterior walls.
if it were half, Lisa, like does that get you the priority stuff?
Well, yeah, I mean, we would,
That's
pretty much
250.
what we
All right.
communicated.
Like to
So
consist this to Mike's point
we
about
would cut
consistency.
sections, exactly
And I
what you're
think-
saying, Jen, we would cut sections out
Yeah.
and just do our high priority.
And I'm gonna reiterate the point, I'm reiterating this really for Susan Lamfried's benefit, and I wanna restate again. It's still an impactful thing for them. It still somehow has an impact. It improves the Elmwood theater experience for consumers the same way that the Hopper House experience would be better with things that they wanna do. As opposed to saying, because these easily could have been projects that were pitched at just that one thing. As opposed to saying, we're gonna cut half of the John Greenhouse out, that doesn't do anything. Yes, go ahead.
Is it impactful for downtown?
I think both of them are impactful for downtown. They're both.
I think there's a difference. There's an impact to the project sponsor, and then is there the co-benefit an impact to downtown?
Yes, I think that both of those are tentpole organizations, and I could see doing, ask Hopper to cut down to 300 and Elmwood to cut down to 250.
Yeah.
So they cut 250 out, or 240 out, I guess, 240 out.
Well, but then, so just a question, like so say they do that, right? And then they come back, so they come back with whatever their priority is, right? That could change our alignment with what we believe
Okay.
you know, is an appropriate project for these funds. So I think, I don't know how
Give
to,
them some
how do we,
guidance.
yeah,
So I think-
exactly. How do we communicate that in such a way that, you know, your priority may not have been what we would have thought was a priority given the
I think-
criteria, but
So do we agree that the mural and the lighting? Those were their priorities?
And Sam.
And Sam, sorry, like, is it tech? And that, and I would say, my personal opinion would be, yes, the mural will do the downtown, come see us this way thing. And then the quality of shows, I mean, in order to be even relevant around
Right.
here, you have to have the best, you have to have stuff. Otherwise, people don't wanna perform here.
yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
All right, so who would like to see the project move forward, but with the budget reduction? I just had some question, okay, and then how do you want to do that? Do you want to do the certain elements as was just suggested, or would you rather do the certain amount and let them figure it out?
I think I think we cut a certain, we either suggest, you're saying suggest a certain amount, they have to fit within that amount, or we say we have to cut this amount, then let them cut it. Is that what you're saying?
No, so that you can either cut it to a certain amount, like Edward Hopper just said 300,000, let them figure out what they want to do with that, but for Elmo, do you want to take that approach? Or as Cheryl just said, like, would you rather say, these are the things that we find to be impactful, so we want you to cut it to just the mural,
But
and,
we know how much that is, right? Can't we just put a number on it?
yeah, I think so, I think let's see, what would have to
She's
do,
asking if we should identify the project or the amount of money.
yeah, so
That's what
that
she's
would be
asking.
37, I think to do the mural, they
We
would have
can't
to
do the mural
facade.
without the siding though, that's, I mean.
Right.
things-
Well, that's what we're saying.
We
So
can
that
have that,
would
we
be-
can certainly get your priorities.
I think we should.
Replace exterior wall, so that'd be 70,000. 37 plus 70 plus the sound, 36,
Yeah.
and then 150 for lighting. So that would be. That would be 293,000, so it's 300.
So that's the amount of the grant, 293,000.
Well, that would be their total project cost, so of that, they would have to provide 5%.
So whatever, I'm just saying, I wanna put an amount down on my little spreadsheet here, so what's the amount that we would be suggesting to them that we would fund, at least at this point, that we would consider funding?
5%.
Times 95%.
278.
278, okay.
And do we wanna do the same thing with the Hopper House, or do we wanna just leave it up to them?
I think the Hopper House isn't here, I mean, we had the benefit of Lisa being very clear that we needed the siding. So the Hopper House, unless somebody else knows, doesn't know what part has to happen in order for the other parts to work.
So just give the Hopper House 300,000 and
Let their boards
She's
argue over
pretty
the
clear. Distinct
projects, yeah.
projects and that their first priority, I think they didn't really prioritize them very well in terms of like saying this is priority 1, 2, 3, and but they did say, I think the windows.
No, she did say that, right, as number one.
Yeah, she said that.
Without that, there, nothing else went.
Just
It was
like
276.
a suggestion as someone sitting on this side of the table.
Yeah.
Is that all right? I think that we have a pretty good idea of what the priorities are. And if you said to us, pick the projects under your list that impact the 6 things that you impact. I think the organizations can probably meet your criteria while also knowing the ins and outs of what's interconnected.
I'd give everybody 50%.
Like he said.
Or an amount.
Like,
Or an amount, but then it's, but the
Either way,
percentage only makes sense if we
the
let,
projects you want us to do.
yeah. If we give an amount, then
I
then
think
it's based on nothing.
Well, no, it's not based on nothing. We've given a lot of guidance here. We've had
They all know.
conversations. They
They all
all
know the
listen
criteria.
Yeah.
to our conference.
I mean-
Put it this way, if they come back and they're like, hey, we decided we're gonna do basement renovations to build a loft, a lounge for the board. We said, okay, well, we're not putting that one through. I mean, it's not gonna happen. Like, we still have the decision the next meeting, when they come back with their revised proposal, that we can go up or down on.
Yes, and you can also just say, they obviously would like you to revise it substantially and lower the cost substantially and let them determine what that is, and then you determine whether or not.
I'm fine
There's
doing
gonna
that.
be another back and forth a little bit.
No, that's their, but that's their back.
Yeah,
That's at 9 o'clock, that's my suggestion, is that we pull a number in and let them figure out the number, let them make the judgment what they wanna do.
Yeah.
Knowing that they have to come back to us with their proposal, and we gotta vote up or down on it, on the revised proposal. And if they come back with a proposal that we're like, well, you didn't listen to anything we said for 3 hours
Right.
about what we thought was
Yeah.
important for the community,
Yeah.
then that's on them.
That's what I'm saying, we're doing the percentage or an amount?
No, just an amount, not a, I don't like a
Okay.
percentage, because then we just, let's pick an amount that we think is reasonable for the, roughly a percentage.
Yeah,
Alright, so do we wanna stick with 300,000 for Edward Hopper and 278 for Elmwood?
That, okay.
Anybody else think that's?
No, it doesn't matter. Just we did it, we made that determination based on two different factors, and that is where I'm getting caught up.
Well,
But
then we
that
could
is
round
like.
it up, we could round up 278 in some way, or round it down, but like,
Legally.
we went a little further, but I'm saying I don't wanna do that with 16 projects.
No.
Could also,
some don't.
you guys have a priority for, because you identified, I feel like your priority for Edward Hopper, or not for Edward, for the Elmwood Playhouse, which happens to align with what they're.
Yes, we expressed a priority that they agreed with.
Not entirely, but mostly. Do you want to establish a priority for the Edward Hopper House? Do you want to pick which activity you want them to do? And we
I would say we
basically
don't do
biz budget on that.
I'd say we don't do.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they should know. Yeah.
So you want to stick with 300,000 for them then, and then 278 for Elmwood?
Yeah.
Okay. And so show of hands for those two?
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, and then John Green is next.
This is an example of one that can't move forward without.
Yeah, I think
It's an all or nothing, right?
Yeah, I would classify this as an all or nothing.
I mean, let's skip let's skip it, because I think it's on the, it's one of the ones, but if we need $600,000, this is gonna be, because this is the project that's probably at the lowest tier of what we'd approved up or down, right?
It's the next meeting.
For whatever, so this might be a next meeting call, but let's see what we can get in terms of savings on the projects that we think can be cut back without doing substantial damage to them. Fair enough.
But then you're still letting the state determine which project.
No, I'm saying go to the next meeting. I'm not saying, I'm saying the next meeting.
Yeah, we do have another meeting, right?
Yes,
To
you
go
do.
through, yeah.
Okay. The next one is Angel Naya. I feel like it's pretty, I think you can stay, just not.
Is it all or, I think that's what I heard in the presentation, that
Yeah.
after everything else that they've already done, it's gotta be this or not viable, right?
That, yeah.
It's also meaningful that they've got $1 million that they raised privately,
did.
but this is going, plus, this project's a $2 million project, we're giving them $1 million, they're putting $1 million into it, it's like the restaurant at the waterfront, the village is putting up a lot of money to get that done. So I wouldn't cut this back, even though it's a lot more money than the other nonprofits are getting, but it's also a newer nonprofit that hasn't had the amount of time to be able to build up their fundraising as the other ones have, their other base they always have.
Yeah. Okay, show of hands, that goes through as is?
Yeah, I think for now.
Okay. Next up is the Rockland County, Pride Mural. Pride Center Mural. I think this one is such low cost, I don't think they can take it.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Show of hands to go through, okay. Next one is the murals project. This is the 3 murals. Again, I don't think they can cut down, if they cut down.
Well, they would cut down 2.
Right, they could cut out a mural or 2, but if they did, then I would recommend that the project amount is so small that I would recommend just pushing it through to the small project.
I want to stress again, I would really like to see that in small projects, only because then it's not telling them no to anything. It's saying apply for as many as you want individually.
And telling people to go back to the drawing board and start again is saying no to them. I mean, it's a no.
Well, it's not we're not saying you can only pick one. You could say, hey, you could put in for all 3, but you have to put them in separately, you'll have a better chance. Basically, right, Mike? Isn't that what we're saying?
I think it's also, I think it's a little strange to have a small business fund that has a mural component and we're not putting a mural project towards it. That's a low budget item. This should go to the small business fund, which its criteria is for murals.
Well, it's also facades, and we have a lot of facade stuff here as well that we're approving. You know, it's not just murals, the small project fund. I mean, it's not a hill I'm gonna die on one way or the other. It's not a huge amount of money. I would approve two murals that they have agreed to, I mean, it's $50,000, but we have other projects that are small enough. I know your point's well taken. But if we approve two murals and $50,000, I think that the murals were part of this from the beginning, and I hate to not have them be in the end result.
But approving it, like if you were to only do 50,000, then I think the problem you hit with that is that there are some projects like Little Eddie Hopper, we allowed to go through it at 75, because even though it's lower than 75,000, because it would not be eligible for the small project fund.
Oh.
But this, I don't know.
I would
that
think
it-
the state look at a $50,000 mural project that goes through and look at that you have the small business fund and go, why isn't it in that?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the state it might be the first thing the state cuts.
I think the state would absolutely cut it.
You've convinced me.
I
beyond
think,
that.
yeah, I mean, I think the thing that keeps it standalone is the 3 murals of that scale.
And once you cut the scale,
Then you cut the impact and.
so what do we wanna do?
So let's do another show of hands for who wants this project to be part of the small project fund instead of a standalone project.
You convinced me.
What to say that? one more time?
No, this
Okay,
is.
just want to make sure I heard it right.
My project.
Yeah, we're doing it
Right.
this way, so a small project.
And remind the budget that's in the small project fund again, okay, I can't see.
It's $300,000 off.
Between 25 and 70.
Right, so we're coming close to like a third of that small project, so.
If they
Right, if they, right, I'm just talking it out.
All right, let's do the show of hands again. This
Also, the
is.
small business fund doesn't have.
Here's my pause.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this time this one then would be cut from this list. But we would tell them that they would be, well, to apply to the small project fund.
Well, then discuss it.
That's
We're still in discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, then we should keep that on. That's kind of a critical strategic point that Al's talking about.
Yeah.
What is that?
That I did not have that nuance, that if we were awarded this money because it was originally written to say that we were gonna do murals and to take it out and.
We're not taking it out because the small business
Yeah,
fund that
we're taking
we're
it.
moving forward has.
It wouldn't be. That's what was out, I would be said that.
What was how'd the vote come out? So leave it in?
Anyways, let's do it again, because you guys have had extra decisions. So raise of hands for if this project is removed from this list of New York Forward standalone projects and would instead be eligible to apply for a small project fund.
This is a hard one, I'm not sure, yeah, I guess I.
6. So we're at 6, so that would be the majority.
Just the majority.
It takes away from.
Just to add, we do have a project.
Takes away from what?
It takes away from the other small, I mean, $300,000.
Oh,
I
'cause
mean,
it's-
we already have in, what was it, 12 applications?
It's not approving them.
No, it's not, it's just, but it's moving it is, we're all
But we're
talking
gonna
it
have,
out.
but we're gonna have to do some mural stuff. I see what you mean.
Right, and then it's gonna be like
Have a
that, that's the other
It's gonna
element.
knock out some of the other
Yeah.
stuff. It's basically kicking-
Project that we're putting-
Submitting one mural,
Two murals.
potentially.
Right.
That's what
right.
they're saying.
Correct, so you'd only be submitting one mural project for New York Forward.
Oh,
Well.
no, I'm saying no.
Although more.
Could we do one more vote, please? So I could go home and sleep tonight. Can we just do one more vote on that? I'm changing my vote. I'm changing my
Change your vote,
vote.
that goes
All right,
back.
never mind. Kim said no. I mean, I don't know. This is a hard one.
This is a hard one too, that's why I think we
This is
should.
going to cause.
Alright, you know what, we don't need to do anything right now, we have another meeting to decide this, let's kick the can down the road. Table this.
Leave it here, right, table it for
We're
next.
spending a lot of time on $75,000, we have
Yeah.
bigger fish to fry.
Still some of those.
Next, is, Nyack Center.
Yeah.
This one is.
Left before we talk to
They're
them.
requesting 138, so I
This is who?
don't,
Nyack
Nyack Center.
Max Center.
We all agree
Yeah.
with ours.
This all.
Forward, everyone wants to move forward?
New York forward.
Is, Little Eddie Hopper.
I don't even care anymore. Just let me know so I can.
Is that your
so I can
recusal?
go to bed.
Is that your recusal? That's not a good recusal. I advise you to
Yeah.
recuse yourself.
It's not a lot to ask for,
Recuse
that said,
yourself.
but, do I leave?
Yeah.
No.
No, shut up.
Just don't engage the discussion. In other words, stop talking.
If there was another one of those ways like this other out that Mike was talking about, when you said kind of be part of
Wayfinding.
wayfinding, maybe this is another one of those opportunities to make it so we're not pulling from the small blah, 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 but all the things can still get done.
But I mean.
Well, we're not
you
lessening
could-
anything though.
Could add this to,
But we don't.
Wayfinding.
To wayfinding, but if you do, you have to increase the budget for wayfinding.
No,
Well, we keep the budget, the wayfinding itself, and just cut some of the signs. I mean, just say you have to live with a bunch of signs, or you have to live with a cheaper consultant, or you have to live with, there's a lot of fluid stuff in the wayfinding budget.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was hoping.
You know, I mean, if we weren't doing this, I would say, let's look at cutting the wayfinding budget by 50,000, but we can also just say, let's move this into wayfinding. And let it be something that now is one of the elements that becomes wayfinding, but it's up to the group that's doing that to then decide, and then, you know, gives them a chance to push forward in it. I would say that, quite honestly, this project is safer if it's inside a wayfinding than it is standing on its own when it goes to the state. By itself, the state's gonna look and say $42,000, pick it, you leave it here, it's being decided by the people in Nye.
It's gonna be like Bambi versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
But whether you wanna make it, you know, you say, okay, we're gonna put up signs, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna have this fun little, this creative thing of people going around and seeing all the village through the history. And so I'd move it into wayfinding and cut it as a separate project is what I would do. And I mean that not with disrespect to it, but a way of both protecting it as well as, then I would just leave wayfinding budget where it is at 450.
You have money in there, right, Andy?
It's fluid.
I mean, you said it's not an Andy Stewart project anyway, so.
There's $300,000 for signs in it. Cut $40,000 at it, one less sign, and we've got the
One
money.
less sign.
This we can discuss over a beer. This right.
All right.
Let's see, show of hands of who would like to eliminate this as a standalone project, but would recommend it for being, but would prefer that it be included in the
Wayfinding, yes. To protect it.
Protect Bambi from Godzilla.
That's a good.
All right, so that goes down. Here we start.
I know
Claymation.
It's horse trade. Or $620,000.
Morris Kitchen.
Morris.
Morris Kitchen, I guess, Morris Kitchen, I would argue that it's an all or nothing project, you can cherry pick elements of that, that's my personal opinion.
As far as I can read, this is a $1,035,000 project. They're asking us for $673,000, is that correct?
Correct.
So they're got skin in the game on this.
Yeah.
Yep.
35.
I think at this point, I would pass it forward and if we have to, this is one of those that I think is, if we need $500,000, this is where it would come from. But I think for now, let's keep it in. I think it's a good project. I would want to keep it in right now.
So who would
I agree
like
with
to, it goes forward as is,
Yes.
okay. Next up is, now we're getting into the private, public projects, the next one is rezoning. So that is $180,000 request for rezoning.
I'm not a
Again,
fan of the rezoning.
Here's my suggestion on this.
I'm just gonna say, I would not recommend cherry picking on this one, because you need all of those services.
Yeah, you either do it or you don't do it. This is all or nothing. Here's my suggestion is that I think the gateway, I think this to me is a very important project for purposes of starting what could be a very transformational endeavor. I would say that in comparison, the other gateway project, which is the underpass beautification improvements, which is a much bigger pot of money, $600,000, is one of those projects which to me, remember I said before, the most important projects are the ones that something exists that doesn't exist right now. Second is something is, and we're gonna make it great. This project is taking something that's and making it somewhat less because we're not doing what we wanted to do. When we started the Gateway project, we were gonna create that underpass was gonna be lit up and it was gonna have a mural and it was gonna be gorgeous. And the Department of Transportation said, screw you, you can't do any of that. And so now we're left fixing an embankment, putting in some vegetation, doing the crosswalk. So I would be more inclined to say the big things that we want to do down by the gateway will happen if we put $200,000 into the zoning and then let a developer, when they want to come in and over the next 5 years, there's a big project there, all that stuff will get done as part of that big project. The way that the one sidewalk that is nice in that area of the village is which sidewalk? Is the sidewalk in front of the cannabis place, because they redid it when they got their zoning approval. So like when we give the zoning, they improve their sidewalks and do all that stuff. So my thing would be to say, let's go back to the village, those bastards at the village, and say, this gateway underpass beautification, I know you've cut it. It started at 900,000, went down to 860. We started 816, it's at 606. You got to cut $300,000 out of it and pick the things that are most important. Like, I think the crosswalk is really important because I think people do that. That's people getting killed, and maybe some sidewalk. And pick the ones that are most important and most impactful in the short term, because in the long run, if we do go forward with the, with the Gateway project overall, the rezoning, a lot of this stuff's gonna get done. In the same way that we said, we're not gonna do the lower part of Main Street, the beautification, we're gonna do Broadway instead of Main Street, because Main Street will get done when the developers move in and redo 65 Main and when they redo TZ Vista.
Right,
And there'll be a impact from that.
that makes sense.
So you wanna get $300,000, I would take $300,000 out of Gateway Underpass.
I understand though, mural, that, I mean, it sounds silly that it would be that distracting, but the lighting, is that, do they allow lighting?
No, not like that.
Not aesthetic lighting, just functional.
Just big, white, bright lighting like the emergency, like the.
And they fought for it. I know, Andy, you guys went back to them a bunch of times.
I think
But-
we brought this up the last time, so it makes sense, you know, if it's gonna, hopefully it gets redeveloped. And at that point, that's when,
I mean, if it doesn't, it doesn't, but my point is that if we have to get down to a number. I mean, put it this way, I'm looking at the public projects, I'm saying, I really think the streetlights would be great along Broadway. I really don't want to touch the restaurant, it's the 4.9 project, it's the most important project I think that's in this whole project. And, you know, so between, of the public projects, this is the one I think we can get some money out of, and I think, all fair, we gotta get some money out of the public project. We can't give the village everything they want.
Let's start with the rezoning. Who would like the rezoning to go through as is? Okay, so I think that one is clear. So then the question is the Gateway Underpass. Who would like to see that one go through as is? Oh, okay.
Well, you made a good speech.
Yeah.
I fell on my own sword, I'm like, I can't come to the office tomorrow. Andy's throwing daggers at me.
Did we really dump the biggest one?
Wait.
We're not upping the 600,000, I'm saying cut it to 300.
Oh, you're saying to.
Yeah.
You're saying not to dump the whole
I'm
thing?
not saying dump the whole thing, I'm saying. No, I'm saying cut it to 300 and go back to Andy and say, listen, pick your priorities.
Let's go back.
Save people with that crosswalk.
I heard it, you did say that.
Yeah,
That's
the
the
crosswalk.
question I was
That's-
responding to.
that's what
I'm
I
paying
said. That's what I
attention.
said.
Everybody else agreed.
Randy's.
So that was,
You're
you're cutting it down to 300,000. You're basically doing underpass improvement and sidewalk protection, which is that area underneath, right underneath.
Right.
Or you're getting everything else.
Yeah.
So,
Or you're getting everything else.
right,
That's, I would let the village figure that out. I would go back the way that, I would go back to them and say, because they have the capacity to be able to do that, and make a decision, get back to us.
the question is, if you cut elements out of this project, if you cut half of this project out, is this project transformative?
No.
And is it hitting your, the co-benefits?
I don't know that it's transformative at 600,000, to be honest. It's not transformative. It's taking something that really sucks right now and making it okay, but that's not transformative. Having no restaurant and then having a restaurant is transformative.
Then that begs the question, is it right for New York Forward, and are there other potential?
I think that underpass is so gross that if we fix the underpass and didn't do the rest of it, that would be a meaningful change. Because the underpass, the first thing people see when they go into the village, if we make that somewhat nicer, I think we've had some impact with that. So I don't think it's zero for the impact of the village, but I leave open the possibility that we might say, when it comes down to it, when we need $300,000 more, that we say, well.
sets the tone, the underpass sets the tone.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to go to the sidewalk and not the underpass.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I'm
If
saying.
I
I
had
would want it to
choice,
be
I would-
left to the
Yeah,
village
I would
because
say,
while that is a safety concern, I would argue that.
Where's the crosswalk? Where's the crosswalk is what?
Money somewhere.
the crosswalk is right by the underpass, so.
How much?
39,000.
The crosswalk is small. beans.
Oh, I thought you said it had to be one or the other.
No,
Well,
it's
it's all of them.
but if you're taking out the underpass improvement and sidewalk protection alone is 379,000, that's the biggest component, and then the rest are relatively small compared to that, or very small compared to that. So that's why I said that.
How about, would it be easier just to kick back this and the other one back to the village and say, make this work by reducing it to make the both of them?
Susan's point is that once you cut it back, it's not impactful enough to make it worthwhile to be in the New York Forward at all.
But we can't say to the village, reduce it to about 300,000. you pick your priorities, they come back and then you can decide at the next LPC meeting. What, if they want to cut it all together.
Why I'm confused.
So see, show hands of who would like this project to be cut down to $300,000 and continue through.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll cut it down to, we'll request of the village. Hey, Andy, can you cut it down to $300,000?
Yes, like I just did.
All right, we just got just a couple more to go, and then the restaurant, waterfront restaurant, I'm just gonna say show of hands if this one goes through as is. Okay, yeah, I think so. And then there's the enhanced Broadway commercial corridor lighting. So this one, the new amount on this one, the request is 480,000. I don't know.
Maybe before we go to, Joe, is there a way, because we're bonding this restaurant, to increase the bond to basically lower the amount we have to go?
At some point, we get to the point that the debt service is gonna be too much for us to operate the restaurant, it's too much for us to operate with the least money that we're gonna get from the restaurant. We kind of penciled this out, that if we could get $100,000 in net rent, that we could cover $1.5 million debt service. But if we increase the debt service and reduce the amount that the state is putting in, it becomes a burden for the village for the years to come.
Yeah.
Alright, so enhanced Broadway commercial corridor lighting for 480,000.
That's almost all
Yeah.
the lighting. It's not, there's a little sidewalk there, it's like 75,000, but the rest of it's lighting. And the sidewalk really is gross there.
Hmm.
And that's the part that would not get fixed by developers, because it's the part that is next to, what's the restaurant?
What?
How much have we cut?
Next to the old,
ODs?
ODs, next to the ODs. I wish they had the name, Bella Vista. Dolce Vita. I know it's a French or Italian or something.
Sidewalk.
There's a sidewalk outside but where the
RCC?
the RCC parking lot, the sidewalk by the RCC parking lot.
Yeah,
It's very narrow, it's gross.
Yeah.
It's-
I'm the street there, because it's.
Yes,
Yeah.
right, I forgot about
So
that.
that's the thing that's been attached. That's the one thing that stayed with the Main Street improvements back when it was a Main Street improvement streetscaping as opposed to a Broadway
Yeah.
streetscaping.
Did we break $1 million? Did we, well, not.
We're at 920,000 that we've cut with the cuts that we made to Hopper, Gateway, Elmwood. And we moved Little Eddie Hopper into the wayfinding, so we cut wayfinding by 40,000. So that's 920,000, which gets us to 7 million.
And that you've cut 200, approximately, 200 and, oh no, I'm sorry, 850,000.
I got 920, but that might just be slightly different in terms of the else.
Yeah.
What do you have? I had cuts of 300,000 to Edward Hopper, 300,000 to the Gateway, underpass, 278 cut out at Elmwood. Or
No,
maybe,
270 is what you went to.
what we went to. So what did we cut?
Everything was put out.
Yeah, right, so
So what was the actual cut? The cut was,
the actual cut is about 850.
no,
Oh, altogether,
no, we
Yeah.
cut 278 out of 482. 204?
yeah, for Elmwood, that's what you cut out.
And now I have 846. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, don't want the same one. And so we're at 846 cut, which gets us down to about 7.1 million, which basically means if we want to get to 6.5, we have a couple of projects that might not be able to make it in the next round. And we have to decide which one, we have to prioritize which one between now and then.
Just to go through the motions, so the lighting one, what do you guys feel about that one? I think
Pass it through.
pass it through?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so, and then I think the last two, I think the small project fund and brand marketing, I think we were keeping as,
Yes.
just show of hands to keep those as is.
I can't vote on that.
Oh, that's fine, I think that's, yeah. Okay, so I think we should.
Made progress.
Two orders, we will get in touch with the project sponsors who were These projects are for reflecting the phases and some. Just some other gatekeeping. Next LPC meeting is on November 5th. That one we go back to 5:30, same place, here. And then next weekend or next week, on Wednesday is the public meeting. So I'm just gonna ask the public workshop. I'm just gonna ask everybody again to please get all your contacts out. It is not imperative that you attend, but of course, we encourage all LPC members to attend if they are able to. We are also asking the project sponsors to attend and to stand near the board so they can answer questions. Okay, with that.
The invite for November 5th, I think 5, you're not saying 5 or 6.
I have to leave.
Yeah, I think we're at 30.
On the 22nd?
No.
No.
When is the workshop again?
The workshop is October 22nd from 6 to 8 PM. And that is at,
That's the 22nd.
yeah.
If we came, would we be involved at all, or we would just listen?
We might.
We had a version.
Oh, okay. Listen, I think for you wanted to be involved, if anybody wants to be involved in helping us out with the public workshop, you are absolutely welcome to. If you show up and you want to be involved, we will find a job. If you show up and don't want a job and just want to mingle and give your input, that's fine too.
Same place at the high school?
No, it's at the senior center. Do you have a graphic or something for us to see?
Yeah, we will send it to you. I think we already sent it to you.
And then again.
Yeah, we'll send it. We have extras too. And we have extras as well as at the podium. And Lindsay just reminded me, and given how much there was some kicking down the road. Let's say that the next LPC member meeting will also be 3 hours. So let's start that one at 5. So
On the 5th.
So November 5th at 5 PM.
Will it be 5 hours?
Hopefully not.
At least.
Let's hope not. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, I see. You live in. I live in Westchester. Oh, yeah. All right.
Joe, I'll call you about the.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'll call you about the 3rd.
I mean, people complained that I was on this. I live in.
Yeah.
Thanks. So you know, no, all good.
Any trash?
Besides.
Harry, get out of there. I'm doing the best I can. We're basically Johnson. Regional. But we have this kind of. Basically, so anything under it's over the safety. I was like very. Moved. And now I have It's more, I millions and millions of dollars. I'm retired. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like, it looks like we're 17.
Love her, right?
Yeah, you're like a. I remember. You said you're gonna do something. A year later. Yeah, she's been really.
Thank you.
I know, so I got all.
Yeah, that's.
And they love all your.